Umpudla is water mixed with sugar. It calms you down. Bamenzele yona manje. It's gonna work.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I think we had a sufficient break. We should be ready to conclude our business tonight. Ms. Trent, good evening once again.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Yes, I see you have taken off your jacket and these chambers are very cold.
Is it okay?
Are you fine without a jacket?
Is it okay that I've taken off my jacket?
Yeah, if you want to put on your jacket, you see, I have also put on my jacket. But no, it's not a problem. If you feel like you are fine, can we proceed?
Yes, sorry, I thought, okay.
The honorable members, I'm going to allocate 15 minutes to each of you. Can I see if you want to speak, all of you, or it's half of you, or a quarter of you? Can members who want to speak raise their hands? Let me see. 3 from the ANC, 2 from the MKP. Yeah, but I have said members must raise their hands. 1 from the DA, 1 Bangazita, 1 Sols, 1 Matthews, 1 James, 1 Vessels. So it's Honorable Cameron and Honorable Kola Barnett and Honorable Chief Whip, who have not showed intention to participate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we need 3 hours. It's now 9 o'clock. Yeah. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, I'd like you to note that I do not think that we are going to do justice to the witness and what information that we need on 15 minutes allocation.
What do you suggest that we increase the time?
Our 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Normal 30 minutes, Chair.
You want 30 minutes. Honorable James, you want to speak?
Yes, I just need 20 minutes, please, Chair. Please.
Okay, let me see. Who else is not happy with 15 minutes? Okay. No, it's fine. We will do like this. I will allocate the full members 30 minutes each and 15 minutes to alternates. No. We're not going to go back and forth. No. We will not do that. We will not go back and forth. Yes. If you want time, you want it, and I give it across the board. So 30 minutes, Honorable Sangoni, 30 minutes, Honorable Ngola, 30 minutes, Honorable Nombalo, 30 minutes, Honorable Skosana, 30 minutes, Honorable Mwangu, Honorable Matthews, Honorable Sols, 15 minutes, Honorable Vessels, Honorable
How many minutes, Chair?
30,
Oh, you said 50.
yes, Honorable James,
Did you say 30 for me?
15. Yeah, then we start with the ANC. Who is the first speaker from the ANC? And if you don't use the time that I allocated, I am going to use it, exercising my discretion as the chair.
No, you'll use 10, don't worry.
Yeah. I mean, at the end, when the last speaker comes, the time must be 30 minutes times 10 and 15 minutes times 4. If it is not that, the remainder of the time, if we still have 2 hours remaining, I'm going to use the whole 2 hours to question the witness.
To yourself.
Yeah, can we start now? 15 minutes starts with you, Honorable Sokanyela.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think it's just few questions, Ms. Trent. In paragraph 18, you are citing about the assistance that yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan gave to IPIT. Then I want to check, were you aware who lodged a complaint against General Pashan?
Are you talking about this matter, who lodged the complaint?
Yes,
So it was Mr. O'Sullivan, but I know that we had statements of other whistleblower police officers.
were you,
So, yeah, sorry.
when you went to Mr. Pashan's house, were you not assisting the IPIT?
It's not in not in an investigative capacity. We went in with them. We'd done a whole investigation on it and went to go speak to the estate manager. It was as short and sweet as that. Maybe I shouldn't have said.
Who lodged the complaint? Are you
Pardon?
aware? Who lodged the complaint?
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Then investigator Mahlangu and Binang, why did they? they can't.
So can you just ask that question again?
For instance, let me read out paragraph 18. You are saying that, in fact, it starts there from 17, but in 18, you are saying that you met the two IP officers, that is the late Mahlangu, Mandla Mahlangu, and Temane Binang, who requested your assistance. Then I'm inquiring now, who lodged the complaint? You
Mr.
are saying
Sullivan?
that it's Mr. Sullivan.
Yes.
And then the IP guys, when they came to yourselves, but you are saying here, you were happy to get that assistance of giving that assistance of the investigators. And then, and now, when an assistance is requested, it is written. If it is yourselves who requested an assistance from the IP, was it written down?
Oh, I can't remember. It could have been, could have been a telephone call or a message or an email, but it wasn't a, how do I say?
You don't remember.
It wasn't like a formal, we weren't investigating like a formal investigation. It was, we met with the investigators had been appointed to investigate this. We met, introduced ourselves, said what, we know the matter. And then I think it was a day or the next, around the same time, we said, okay, do you want to meet at the Sable Hills? And we can go and meet with the estate agent. We know because the house is part of that investigation and a whole lot of allegations have been set out in the complaint. That is one of the things that they would have to investigate.
Complained about Mr. Pashane's house. Okay,
yeah.
I'll leave it.
I would love to answer your question. I'm just trying to understand what you're asking. So the docket was open and it had a whole lot of allegations. And then there was almost like a lifestyle audit, and that included the house.
You don't know who lost the complaint? Or is it Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
It's Mr. O'Sullivan, yes. With other witness statements and evidence within that complaint.
Okay, and then now, you are going to Mr. Pashane's house. You take the two investigators from IPID. You all take the car of Mr. O'Sullivan. It is being driven by Mr. Mahlangu.
Correct.
Were you friends with the two investigators to such an extent that Mr. Sullivan can give an investigator his car to drive to Mr. Pashane's home?
So well, I'm going to speak for myself. I had only met them, it was a day or two before. I can't recall the exact date when it was. And we then said, why don't we meet outside? So it was outside the gate. And Mr. O'Sullivan said to Mr. Mahlangu, you drive. And I was in the back seat, and We went inside. That's what happened.
Then when you were there in Mr. Patlade's house,
Yes, so that's an estate, and then we went down, and then we drove down to, they have, the estate manager, they have an office there. So we went there and, introduced ourselves to the estate manager.
you were saying that you were taking notes.
I recorded it.
You recorded.
Yes, but for situations like this, you know, when you're investigating people, there's a lot of sort of he said, she said. So I usually, and especially because I was quite new at working for Mr. O'Sullivan, I needed to just make sure that I recorded everything because someone's going to come back and say, yeah, but you did this and you said that and what. So that was the purpose of me recording it. Yeah, so I'm glad we did.
Then did you give those two investigators those notes? Or they had their own notes that they were taking? Did you give them the notes as the investigators,
When you say notes, you mean the recordings?
the recordings? Yes.
Yes, yes. We also, what we normally do is certain meetings that we have, if we think we might need it, we get it transcribed by an independent transcriber. So that's what we did. I think, but maybe not immediately, but at some point we did. And then
You
we would
met in
do-
a meeting situation to give out the recordings.
I would have put it on a USB, and given it to one of the investigators. But I can't recall exactly, but that's probably what it would have been. Yeah.
Because you're not giving me a clear picture of what happened from the start when you go there. Because if I knew who lost the complaint, kahle kahle, then also was that complaint written down? You don't have that written complaint that was lost. It's only a docket.
Yes, the complaint itself is a sworn statement. So when you open a case, and I think with iPad it's different. Either you open a case at the police station and then the station commander decides where it will go, what jurisdiction, and if it's to do with investigating a police officer, they will then send it to iPad, and then iPad. Or if you open it at iPad directly, it doesn't go through the CAS system, but I'm not 100% sure. This didn't go through the SAP's CAS system.
Okay.
So this had an inquiry number, and it was based on Mr.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay.
Don't worry. Then I wanted to check because you had those notes and these are the investigators. I mean, the tapes.
Yes.
They didn't have the tapes. It's you, the Paul O'Sullivan attorneys that had, or whatever you call that forensic, what? You had that recorded items. Then then IP would come and go getting information from yourselves
Yeah, from time to time.
from time to time?
Yes.
So you are working for IP in an instance.
I don't see it that way at all. We have a lot of cases, so when they needed something, we'd assist. But it wasn't I mean, if I were to say I investigated that case after it was opened or after the Sable's Hills, there was really nothing that was done. Just
That's fine.
thank you.
Check.
You still had 5 minutes, so I will credit it to myself. Honorable, is that Sangon or Ngola?
Thank you very much, Chair. Quick. It's easy. Was the statement written by you?
Sorry?
Was the statement written by you?
Yes, it was.
So you take ownership of all the contents that are contained in the statement?
I do.
You did not write the statement under duress, undue influence and stuff.
No, it's
Yeah,
my
you must-
statement.
You must say it boldly.
Oh, yeah, no, it's my statement.
Okay. Allegation have it that in executing the project or the operation Patlan, you had to first capture IPT as a very important weapon against Patlan. And amongst the strategies you have employed is that one of you must date McBride and the other must provide financial resource to McBride as a way of capture so that you are able to execute properly the program of collapsing Patlan. What's your take on that?
I don't know how to put this, but it is the most absurd thing I have heard. I have at no time ever even thought of capturing anyone, let alone a state institution. It's absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
no, we'll go there. So with Mr. O'Sullivan, what is your working relationship? Are you a personal assistant or what?
So I haven't worked there since 2022. But when I was there, I was kind of a researcher, you know, the person in the office that if you need photocopying or you need pretty much anything that needed to be done. And as the time went by, I was trained.
Administrative clerk.
Yeah, and then the more I stayed, the more I learned and was trained, and then took on more responsibilities and bigger cases, and then I got my CFE, so it came about like that, and it was a normal employer thing. You do what you take instructions from your employer, and
Okay. So Mr. O'Sullivan testified here that he went to the Sable Hills as a complainant to point out what he deems as a crime scene to the IPT officials. What was your business at Sable Hills, you?
me,
Yes.
I as his employee.
Of the
He
complainant.
said, let's go. And I got on the car and off we went.
So you're an employee of the complainant.
Correct.
So you went there in your capacity as a co-complainant. Or
I wouldn't say co-complainant,
a deputy complainant.
more of a witness perhaps at some point if I had to if I had to witness something. I know you're looking at me. But no, not as a co-complainant. No. But Paul said, right, we're going
Got a call to go and point out the house at Sable Hills Estate.
who got a call?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember.
So Mr. O'Sullivan is called by IPT officials to come to Sable Hills.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you did not get any call.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
So you don't remember
It's
how you went?
possible that if you see, sometimes Paul would say, call so-and-so or message so-and-so, or he would do it himself.
But the point is, you, Miss Sarah Jane Trent, did not receive any communication from IPT officials to go and appear in front of Sable Hills Estate.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I can't remember.
You say in both paragraph 7.1 and paragraph 17 that there is some CFE qualification and skill that allows you to access information.
Correct.
Can you elaborate on that? What is CFE?
It's a certified fraud examiner. It's part of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I don't know how much detail you'd like me to go into it.
No, but you say it allows you access to information. What information are you talking about?
Correct. So you have certain databases, and you have to have you apply to them, and you have to. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
No, but what legal authority do you rely on in accessing people's information?
Okay, so before you do a search, you have to have. Sorry, can you ask me a question? I'm all over the place. Just
I'm
ask me again.
asking you a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
On paragraph 7.1, on paragraph
Yes, yes.
17, you say your CFE allowed you access to information. Your
Correct.
CFE qualification and skills
Correct.
allowed you access to information.
Correct.
So I'm saying you are relying on what legal authority to access information that you are not meant to access?
Okay, so with the service provider of the information, you have a contract. So it's the same as a estate agent or something. They
Yeah,
can do
let's
sort
go
of a
to the
credit
estate
check, or if you're
Yeah.
opening like an Edgar's or whatever. But with a CFE, and you've got limits on what certain information is. With the CFE, when you sign the contract, you have to provide your certification, you have to provide various things, and only then will they then accept that you can become you can have access. But they're very strict because you can't just do a search on anyone. You have to have predication, a reasonable suspicion that there is an offense. So
For example, the state security agencies,
mm,
if they want to tamper with my communication, they must make a formal application to the surveillance judge in a competent court of law so that they get permission.
mm.
Now, you speak about the CFE and the association and speak about credit checks. Now, does the National Credit Act authorize you to access people's information?
I don't know on that level, but what I do know is that this is above board.
I put it to you that it doesn't, and if you are involved in anything of that sort, you are involved in an illegal operation.
Okay, I deny
can get
that
you
I
in
am,
trouble.
I deny I'm involved in any illegal operation. It's above board.
Okay, let's go back to section 24. That which you rely on.
Yes.
And section 24 bases itself mostly on people under investigation. Section 24 gives legislative authority to IP'd investigators, not private individuals. Now, as a private investigator qualified, a lawyer qualified, you would have at least used your interpretation of statute skills to know that this thing you have written in your statement is actually irrelevant from what you are actually testifying. And from what is actually alleged that you would have done. You start your statement by making a reference from General Pahlane's testimony. But section 24 has nothing, completely no relevance to what you are alleged to have done at Sable Hills.
Okay.
Do you accept that? Okay. In paragraph 19, you say we accompanied IP'd investigators to Sable Hills estate. We conducted investigations and interviews there. What interviews were you doing? What investigation were you doing? Under what capacity were you doing that investigation? You say in your statement.
Yeah,
Go to paragraph
yeah.
17. You say the reason you went to Sable Hills, which is actually something against what Mr. O'Sullivan said. You say you went there, you say we conducted investigations, we conducted interviews. Under what capacity and authority to do that?
I think I've covered that. We were, I'm just trying to think how I can put it in perspective. I don't really know how else to
Okay, so you
explain it.
agree with me that the investigation was an investigation of IPID?
It was an IPID investigation.
You
yes.
agree with me that you are not an IPID official?
I agree, yes.
What investigation were you doing at Sable Hills Estate?
We were part of the investigation prior to it being opened.
How were you part of the investigation?
At Sable
It's an
Hills.
IPID, it's a state investigation.
Yes.
You are not state officials. How were you part of any investigation? What authority do you have over any investigation?
All I can say is it was not unlawful or illegal.
No, it was unlawful. Do you see now
But
why the state charged you on impersonating IPID officials? Do you understand now? Because you say it yourself. And this is a document, an official document to depose in parliament. And the state is re-enrolling your case. And you say this in parliament on record. And the state has got all the authority to request this information from us. And will gladly give them. You admit and confess on paragraph 19 that you conducted investigations and interviews at Sable Hills.
And not as an IPID officer
Yeah.
at all.
So
Not as
why were you
They
conducting?
haven't re-enrolled it.
I beg your pardon?
They haven't re-enrolled it.
Okay.
They're investigating but sorry, I don't want to be rude. So I didn't mean that. I'm satisfied I have not impersonated anyone, and I'm just glad that we.
You agree that it was a mistake for you to say you were conducting investigations and interviews at Sable Hills? Before we must pass now.
Sorry, can you just repeat the
Do
question?
you agree with me that it was a mistake for you to say you were conducting interviews and investigations at Sable Hills? Because the investigations that were conducted there are IPID investigations. That it was a mistake for you to say you were conducting interviews and investigations at Sable Hills, because the investigations that were conducted there are
I
IPID
wasn't
investigations. That it was a mistake
I was
for
not
you
conducting an
to say you
IPID
were conducting
investigation.
interviews and investigations at Sable Hills. What investigation were you conducting?
I was going along to go and see the estate manager, and
Why was the estate manager sent? For what reason?
to obtain, no, I can't, to obtain the plans of the house
Which house?
of, oh, sorry, Mr. Mkhwanazi.
The one that
Label
was
here
under
says-
investigation by IPID.
Correct.
So you were conducting IPID investigation. Look, let's maybe tone
Yeah.
down a little bit. You go to Sable Hills Estate.
Mm.
There is an investigation underway by IPID on Mr. Mkhwanazi
Correct.
on building a house in Sable Hills Estate. You go there, not as an IPID official. You enter the precinct with IPID officials. You say you conducted interviews and investigations inside. And when we ask you what interviews, when you met with the estate manager,
Yeah.
which subject of interview was on Sable Hills house? There is only one subject of interview according to the record.
Yes.
It's the house of Mr. General or General Mkhwanazi.
Correct.
Yes. Now, there is no other interview we were doing. So I'm saying to you, that is the reason why you admit here that you conducted investigations and interviews, and the state charged you for impersonating an IPID official. Let's pass that part. I was just briefing you the can of worms you're opening for yourself here. So did you request the building plan from the building inspector or building what?
Myself personally, no.
Who requested it?
I can't remember, but I can't remember, but I know that that was what the purpose of going, so I don't know exactly who spoke the
Did you
words.
request bank statements of General Patlan and anyone close to him?
I didn't request any bank statements,
You did not request.
no.
Okay.
As far
That's
as I
fine.
remember.
Did you ask from the security guards that were there, the security detail of General Patlan, including how many bodyguards, how many cars, how many guns, what kind of ammunition and all that?
Myself, no.
Who did it?
I don't know what was asked. I recall allegations of that, but I did not ask any of those questions.
Fine. Did IPID officials were with reprimand you from the alleged conduct of yourself and Mr. O'Sullivan?
No, not on that day.
So you just
On that day,
proceed. Okay, let's proceed. They did not reprimand you. Why are you saying the warrant of arrest was fraudulent? I didn't really get the explanation.
So the statements that they'd taken that formed the basis of the warrant of arrest, some of the statements had been, were not, sorry, I'd just like to the honorable members, this situation it's a trauma response. So it's why I both are crying. So I'm very sorry if I get.
You can give me even if it's one reason.
Sorry?
You can give me even if it's one reason. Why do you think the warrant of arrest was fraudulent?
Oh, yes. Okay. So people did not tell the truth in their statements, and that we had introduced ourselves as IFRID members or pretended to be, which is not true. And those were lies. And it was to stop any investigation into the acting National Commissioner of Police in South Africa.
Do you respect the South African judiciary?
Yes.
You do.
Yes.
So how could you say a magistrate has issued a fraudulent warrant of arrest?
I'm not saying that.
And then when we're asking about the reasons, you don't blame the magistrate. You blame some other people. I mean, you are supposed to note the weaknesses you're talking about, but still there is a warrant of arrest from a magistrate.
If I'm not mistaken, the magistrate makes the decision on what is presented by the prosecutor, because they have different.
Okay, it's fine. I'm still not getting any response. Do you know the concept called vicarious liability?
I do.
You do. You say you were under unlawful arrest.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you understand that in terms of the principle of vicarious liability, you should have sued the minister for unlawful arrest or wrongful arrest or whatever you want to call it? Did you do that?
I did not. I don't.
Why did you not do it?
I was told, well, firstly, I couldn't afford it. Secondly, and I did not have a lawyer. When Paul sued the state, he said that instead of me, because I probably won't get any, a lot, that I could have a percentage of what he gets.
Let's
That's
leave
why.
Let's leave it still. You are not giving me an answer, boss. You are a lawyer. You're supposed to know that if you are subjected to unlawful arrest, unlawful or malicious prosecution, you can sue the minister.
Yes, I do know that,
But you
but you also
decided
have to have
you
money for the
decided not to
lawyer.
take that option. So it doesn't make sense, but let's pass
No,
it.
I couldn't afford a lawyer, otherwise I would have.
Okay. But,
I would have loved to.
but
I
Mr.
would
O'Sullivan
love to.
paid more than 200,000 rands for McBride's lawyers,
For?
McBride's lawyers.
Yeah, but not mine.
So you are a child of a lesser court. Okay. So you asked for a warrant of arrest, you were not given. Then when does it become fraudulent? Paragraph 27, you asked for a warrant of arrest, you were not given. Then how did you then consolidate that the warrant of arrest was fraudulent?
I hear what you're saying. Firstly, I had never committed any offense. So if there was a warrant of arrest, it had to be under a lie. Someone had to lie because I did not commit any offense.
Yeah, but the point
So
is.
it had to be a lie.
Yeah, but the point is, at paragraph 27, you say, during the arrest, no warrant was issued out. So
No, I didn't say no warrant was issued. I asked to see it. So when they came, he had the clipboard. So you can't deny he didn't have the. I think maybe I've misunderstood your question.
you asked to see it. Paragraph 27, you say you asked to see it, you were not given. That's the point. So when did you then collate information that it was fraudulent if you were not given the warrant of arrest?
Oh, it wasn't at the time. I wasn't thinking about whether the arrest warrant was fraudulent or not. At the time, I was thinking, well, where the hell am I?
Yeah, okay. Paragraph 29, you say 2 hours after my arrest, maybe you went to the police station and stuff. But the last time I checked, that was not an arrest according to you, it was an abduction. So when did it change to be an arrest?
I think that's.
I mean, at what stage did you change your mind that no, in fact, this is not abduction, this is an arrest?
I think it's a bit. Look, I understand the wording, but it's a bit of bit semantics. It was
No, it's not.
under arrest warrant, but what happened was not okay. It was an abduction, and if anyone in South Africa thinks that that was a lawful arrest, then we've got a problem.
No, but the point is, you say you were abducted by men you don't know with unbranded cars. But in the same.
Where did I say that?
Ah,
No, where did I say I was abducted by men in an unbranded car? Like in that one, like that sentence.
you said unidentified.
No, I know I said that.
So. what's the
No,
issue?
no, I didn't say I was abducted by men that I don't know in an unmarked
okay.
car. There were several cars
Yes.
and there were several people.
Yes.
Some without uniform, others with uniforms and guns. I do have the videos here, which I'd love for everyone to see, because I don't think that words can quite show what it was. So no, I didn't say that it was one car. There were many cars.
Yeah, that's the point. That you said that from say, paragraph 25, but in paragraph 29, you changed that and say 2 hours after my arrest. That's the bone of contention. That it has changed now to be an abduction all suddenly.
Look, honestly,
Okay, you want to retract which one, arrest or abduction? So that we use one word. We know what was happening.
abduction.
Abduction.
Arrest. Yeah, no. Don't.
Okay. Okay, so you are
I don't need to
retracting.
frustrate you.
Okay, you are retracting
No,
arrest or
no.
abduction.
Sorry?
Which one are you retracting? You can't have one situation and it becomes an abduction and an arrest at the same time. It's either it's an arrest or it's an abduction. So which one do you retract? Ma'am, you were not abducted. That's the reality.
No, I was.
Okay, let's proceed. How did you get to know an internal memo at NPA? If you check paragraph 40, say on the 31 of May 2017, an acting Director of Public Prosecution, Gauteng Division, Pretoria, Advocate Baloyi, requested the docket I had opened against Mabu, all that. There was an internal memo that he sent, but you get to have the contents of the internal memo, which you have outed some of them there. How did you access an internal memo of NP?
What date was that?
It was the
2017.
31st of May, 2017. SJT 11. Yeah.
I don't remember how, but that, I don't,
What don't
I
you
don't,
remember?
I can't remember
What don't you remember?
how I got it, but it would have been, I honestly can't remember how I got it. However, it was it was an update on the matter.
Okay.
So I don't know,
Okay.
but yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that the Criminal Procedure Act gives an authority to peace officers to seize any property from any person under arrest if it is suspected of having been used for a commission of a crime? Are you aware of that?
Can you repeat that?
Are you aware that in terms of the Criminal Procedure Act, a peace officer is legally authorized by national legislation to search or seize any property from any suspect if it is suspected to have been used for a commission, if there is a reasonable suspicion that it would have been used for a commission of a crime? Are you aware of that? It can be a yes or a no.
Are you sorry? Are you quoting a section?
Okay, let me say this. I think the law allows police officers to search or seize. There's even a topic, I think it's section 20 of the Criminal Procedure Act, that gives a scenario where a police officer can search and seize without a search and seizure warrant. So the point I'm driving is that for you to have peace in your life, for you to live your normal, proper life, leave this fictitious image of your abduction, your cell phone being stolen, leave those things. Accept the fact that the state is giving you an opportunity through its criminal procedure and process system, for you to prove yourself that this which you have been accused to have done, which include your extortion, intimidation, impersonating an IP official and all those things. Gather yourself around, prepare your case properly, because what you have given us here will not see the light of day in a court of law, because what you are giving here are just suspicions, but you are not giving a credible evidence on your phone being stolen. Your phone is this red phone that you're talking about? Is it this red phone that is in the annex of bundles? There's a red phone here, written Nokia.
No,
It's not
that's,
that.
I think that's Paul's, the red
Paul's.
Nokia.
Okay, so we would advise you to go and prepare your case properly, because there is an indication, as it was said by one of the members here, that the state, through what the National Director of Public Prosecution wrote to this committee, is intending to re-enroll your case. And we are telling you that if this is the case you stand on, then you are in serious trouble, because what you are doing now, you are just giving insinuations. Your phone was not stolen. You were not abducted. So you leave that part and settle and prepare your case properly. so that you are able to stand in a committed court of law. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah. You are 30 minutes on the door. This is my standard.
Yeah.
Honorable Sangwan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening once again, Ms. Trent. And let me maybe just, for lack of a word, commiserate with what you're going through. I mean, you've told us it was a trauma response, and I'm hoping that you've sought support around that trauma response. Ms. Trent, I'm hoping I won't be long, but I just want to check with you. I mean, we've just started with the questioning, but the evidence leader would have led you most of the afternoon. Do you realize the wrong that is being alleged here? Do you think that there's any basis for the issues that are being raised? And do you think that perhaps you could have erred together with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan in some way or the other in relation to these matters?
Thank you, remember. I think that's the allegations against myself are what's ridiculous. Sorry, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's a word that I think of. They're very serious allegations, and I can understand why the honourable members are looking into it, because they are very serious. However, I know that I have done nothing wrong, and I know that you have a duty to investigate. Yeah, it's not a nice position to be in, to have these.
Okay, but you still maintain that you have done nothing wrong. So on paragraph 14, where you told us about the purpose of, I think, deposing this affidavit to us, you said you would be answering to issues of Mr. O'Sullivan's alleged involvement, interference, and infiltration. Interesting choice of words, different words with different meanings. Now, they do speak to the terms of reference, as you're saying. If you were to take those three words of yours, involvement, interference, infiltration, what is your averment? Was Paul just involved lightly? Did he interfere? Did he infiltrate the system? And why would you say that?
So it is, I have therefore been informed that this committee requires me to give evidence regarding the alleged involvement. I'm sorry, can you ask that question? I don't mean to.
What did Mr. O'Sullivan do as it relates to our law enforcement agencies, IPED in particular? Was he just involved with IPED? Did he infiltrate IPED, or did he interfere in the work of IPED?
Okay, no, he didn't. There was no infiltration, no interference. And the involvement would have been, if they needed something, we were there. But absolutely no infiltration. However, yeah.
Okay. What's your relationship like with Mr. O'Sullivan?
I left his employ in 2022, and we are not in contact at all. I think we got in contact because of this the ad hoc committee and my name coming up, and that.
You weren't in contact before that?
No, I think on Christmas he would send like a Christmas thing, and then maybe I had another job at the 2024 but we didn't.
But it's
we
not
didn't-
a strained
sorry.
relationship or anything.
No, we just, I left, amicably,
You just lost touch.
yeah, I had no reason to be in touch with
Okay.
him. I mean, we weren't friends or,
Okay, let's go into that. So paragraph 8.4, you say Forensic for Justice NPO was an NPO that identified elements of the criminal justice system that had been captured by criminal or politically corrupt individuals, etc. How did you identify these elements?
it would have been through work that we're doing. So, an example I usually use, when people ask me is because we're looking at, alleged criminal, offenses that someone's, if you come to me and you say, listen, someone's committed this offense, I listen to you, I say, okay, there could be something there, let's have a look. And we open the case, but then what happens is someone will bribe to have the case lost or something like that. So when something like that happens, then Paul would make a complaint of that, and then you start to sort of see.
Sorry, Sarah, I think you're digressing. How do
Sorry.
you identify elements of the criminal justice system? So when do you start investigating somebody? Is it always because somebody comes to tip-off, or as you say, you identify them? How do you
I see.
identify
Okay,
them?
I understand your question. It would be it would be a tip-off or something in the media. I can give an example of one of those. But usually there are so many people that ask to meet with Paul. He always meets with anyone and they'll come and give their documents. And if there is something there, alternatively, if he's seen something,
Then
he'll
just
decide.
does-
He'll decide and he'll say.
So
no,
how
yeah.
did he then identify the National Commissioner of Police to be investigated?
Okay, so my understanding of it is it went all the way back to his investigation into Radovan Krejcir. And there was I'm going to try and speed this up, a death threat, and then there was a witness that came forward and turned into a state witness, and then he was supposed to go into witness protection, and then they kicked him out. I don't know all the details. I'm just telling you as I recall. And then Mr. O'Sullivan complained to, it was Ria Pieja or someone, to say, listen, this state witness is being kicked out of the.
Yeah, I think we know that Mr.
And then,
Manu.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then Mr. Baklani came, and then he complained about a General Munu in Durban and about what was happening to this witness. And then he was ignored, or he couldn't get any feedback because this witness, it's a state witness, it's dangerous people. And so then he said, I think there must have been an email or something. And he said, well, what's up with this commissioner of police?
Then he identified him for
yes,
investigation.
Then, as I remember, he said he went to the media and he said something, and that brought attention to police whistleblowers, who then contacted Mr. O'Sullivan, and then he met with them, and they said, "Oh, we saw that you have identified." Red flags, and then that's how the IPID, or as we call it, the IPID
So
pipeline
basically,
came about.
Mr. O'Sullivan has got beef with the general, the National Commissioner of Police, who will not do what he wants, which is to investigate and deal with these people, including General Manu. I'm not sure if it was a general. Then he decides to go shout about it in the media, and then people say, aha, we've got something you can use, right? Okay, would you not regard that as extortion, Ms. Trent?
I wouldn't,
Okay, let's move. Sorry, I'm going to run out of time. Why
That's
did you
fine.
resign from Forensic for Justice and O'Sullivan and Associate?
so I, at the time, so it was, when did, I don't want to get the wrong date.
Now, don't worry about the date.
Okay, so
Why?
at the time, I didn't want to continue working there. I wanted to see what else I could.
But you
I
didn't
could
have a
do.
job. You just resigned.
Yeah, so I resigned, but Mr. O'Sullivan said that I could remain under employment until I found another job.
Why would you guys do that? I mean, you want to go somewhere, you resigned, you're fed up with your current situation, and then you still stay. How does that work?
Sorry. I resigned as a director, not as, yeah. I think because I'd been there for so long, how it happened is, we were chatting and then he said something about, my attitude needs to change. Otherwise he doesn't want me to take over the company. And I said, well, I don't want the company. And then he said, okay, well, and then the next day we didn't have a fight or anything like that. It was just,
You just did
it
it
was
better.
my time to move on. And he said, okay, fine, no problem. You can work here until you find something. We've got you've been here for a long time, but it was just that point where I
Amicable,
was like,
okay.
I'm not.
Then you
I
joined
can't do this.
Dr. B.F. Chauke Foundation. Is this the
Correct.
same Bajani Chauke you've been speaking about?
Correct.
What's your relationship with Dr. Chauke?
So I met him when at Forensics for Justice. There was a allegation against Mr. Andile Ramaphosa in the Bosasa matter, and Paul contacted someone who could communicate with the president, Ramaphosa, because he wanted to speak with Andile Ramaphosa to see if he would want to clear his name or give his version of events, because we were opening a criminal case and there were allegations against him. And so that's how I met Mr. Chauke or Dr. Chauke. And then I think we had tea at some point. And then when I left, there was something happened in the news.
Must have become very close for him to now hire you at his foundation and come to you guys for tip-offs around, who to hire for national commissioner and so forth?
I don't know what the correspondence was or how that came about, but I do know that there were searches done on that. I don't think that he asked Paul to do that. I don't even think he had.
Sorry, you don't think he
I don't
asked
think
Paul
he
to
asked
what?
Paul to vet potential commissioners of police. However, I don't have the correspondence, but Paul and Bajani are not friends or anything, but.
Are you friends with Bajani?
I wouldn't say friends, but I worked for his foundation.
Okay. Okay, so Honorable Mkhwanazi has already asked you about investigation, so I won't go back there, but I'm quite keen to find out. So when you and Mr. O'Sullivan were at General Pahlane's house and you were speaking about all these issues, Why were you looking for the plans for his house? What were you going to do with that?
So as I understand, the case in corruption, with corruption, the house, it was impossible for the house to have been built on what he, within his means. So what Mr. O'Sullivan had done was, you have a Google Earth, but you can have, there's a tool that you can use called Google Earth History. I don't know if he's gone through this with you guys. And I'm assuming that's where the plans came, and then it's for to get the
Okay, sorry.
architects.
Let's leave it. I think I get what you're saying. I'm just uncomfortable about, civilians going into an estate looking for people's house plans. Now, Advocate Mashocha says that, sorry, he's quoting somebody, I think Mr. Uester, that when he refused Mr. O'Sullivan to give the information across, Mr. O'Sullivan informed him that he may be imprisoned for 2 years. And that's when Mr. Uester complied. Do you also refute these allegations that Mr. O'Sullivan said Mr. Uester would be imprisoned for 2 years if he didn't give over the info?
I don't think it was if you don't give the information. I think he may have quoted from the act that would have said non-compliance, but I can't.
But you agree that's not even his place. He's not an IPID investigator.
I think he was just quoting an act.
Why is he even interviewing Mr. Uester?
In our investigations, we often will phone someone up that may have information, and so it's not
IPID was
unusual.
there. Okay. I mean, IPID was there, right? That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Tell me, now you've been saying that you recorded these conversations. Why were you recording and not the investigators?
They never recorded. For me, I just recorded all the meetings just so that I had that on my file. Actually, when I started working for Paul, if he walked into the office, I'd just push record because everything was the speed of light. So that's just what I did. And
Okay. But now, why did you not bring us either the recordings or the transcripts? I mean, I'm sure this would have just exonerated you from everything that you said. About not claiming to be IPID, telling them that you are not investigators. I just find it curious that you haven't included that as part of your bundle.
oh, have I given it? I didn't think to. I know that's not a.
I mean, that's like all the
I-
evidence to prove this case against you is manufactured. Because if you guys never said any of these things, you just produced the transcript, the recording.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have it here. I can.
All right, let me move quickly. I didn't get your response to Advocate Mkhwanazi about why you and the arresting officer seem to have two different versions of this phone. I heard you saying then you wouldn't need it for a battery. She doesn't even mention that you went back to the office. Why would that be?
Khorane
Yes.
doesn't mention. I don't know why he didn't mention it.
Okay. Did you arrange a polygraph test between Mr. McBride and Mr. Mokitedi?
I organized a polygraph. I think I wasn't in contact with either the polygraph. Either the polygraph lady contacted.
You did?
And did I contact him?
Did you organize?
I organized it, yes.
Why would you be organizing polygraph tests on matters relating to IPID investigations?
So what happened is there was this, Mokitedi came with these outrageous claims of a bribe with overthrowing the government. I mean, it was just.
Yeah, but why are
so-
you
and
the
that
one
all,
with it?
Yeah, so and then that went viral all over the news, and someone dared someone to take a polygraph, I think, in a news on TV or something like that, and Paul said, organize, arrange. He was overseas,
Okay.
and that's
Did
what
you
I
then
did.
agree to provide Mr. McBride with the questions so he would know in advance the questions to be asked to him?
I think that I can't remember.
That's quite a big thing, Sarah. You can't not remember that.
No, I honestly don't
That,
remember
that was cooking the polygraph test.
No, you know the questions. I
Okay.
definitely not.
I'm sure I will find
Definitely not.
your WhatsApp communications around that. In my last 10 minutes, I just want to move to last part. Were you part of a security WhatsApp group which had McBride, Siseko, Mahlangu, Binang, Rapesu, and other people? Were you part of that group?
Yes, at one point.
Okay. Now, what business do you have being in WhatsApp groups with iPad investigators?
So as I remember, there was death threats, and then it was the Christmas holidays. And as I understood, it was to just keep everyone in, like, for safety.
So were they protecting you or you were planning Christmas?
No, we weren't planning Christmas. No, it was just so that keep everyone safe.
Were they your friends?
No.
So you, okay.
So this, yeah, I don't know.
What else did you discuss in this group?
I can't remember. I don't have that group. I don't have the messages.
Okay. I think you've agreed at some point that you have been getting financial credit information of citizens for Mr. McBride. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. What allows you to do this? What statutory authority do you have to do this?
I just know that it is lawful for me to do that. When
Sarah,
I
you're a lawyer. What do you mean it's lawful? You're a lawyer.
I'm just. Okay. Just give me a second. Yeah.
And while you're thinking about that, on paragraph 7.1 of your statement, you say that you became a certified fraud examiner in 2019, but in 2016, you were already conducting credit checks and running lifestyle audits. So I ask you again, how could you do that? You weren't even a fraud examiner.
I was an attorney, so that's also part of. I didn't think of that. I would also be. I can't think of the word.
Let me tell you what Mr.
Considered.
Sullivan said when I asked him this. He said the National Credit Act allows people to get such reports, which may be used for, amongst others, investigations into fraud, corruption, blah, blah, blah. He just forgot to mention that the regulation goes so far as to say, provided that SAPS or any other statutory enforcement agency conducts that investigation. Your company was neither SAPS nor a statutory enforcement agency. I think we can agree on that, right?
But I don't agree that we're not the only certified fraud examiners that have this contract with the service providers. It's not just us.
Okay, I'm not
So I
sure
think-
which contract we're talking about. I'm asking you about going to citizens, and maybe let me get to a specific citizens. Why were you getting all of this information on Minister Nhleko, former minister?
So that had just trying to think.
Okay, maybe let me prompt your mind. Mr. McBride sent you a message saying Nhleko is trying to get rid of me again.
Okay, so and Kleko and and Kleko, McBride, all of that was part of the state capture and state capture and the capture of the criminal justice system. And there was, and Kleko and various people and parties were trying to get some people out and some people in order to capture the criminal justice system. And this all happened together when the investigation into General Mkhwanazi occurred.
So you
They
use
had
the
to
same
get
modus operandi, right? Now, Minister Nhleko is unhappy with Mr. McBride. You decide, let's dig up some dirt on Minister Nhleko. Because let's assume you could investigate fraud, which is a disputed point right now. You respond and you say, do you have an ID number or a cell number? He asks you off, you say Nhleko, you said, yeah, send quickly. He sends you Mr. Nhleko's ID number and you will respond by saying, I'll let you know if there's anything fishy. You're also asking for a title deed to his house and his vehicle ownership. We'll let you know when I get them. What on earth is this?
So that was on a sort of a lifestyle.
Why are you
Audit.
doing lifestyle things on ministers? Because Mr. McBride is unhappy that the minister wants to get rid of him.
Well,
What authority do you have, Sarah, that allows you to do that? Sorry, Ms. Trent.
the capture of the criminal justice system.
By who? Because right now, that's the issue in question, whether it is yourselves or the other people you're alleging captured them.
No, I hear you. Hear you.
So please just help me understand this.
Yeah, that's, I believe that this was part of the criminal capture and that there was interference and there was. And yeah,
Okay, I think maybe let's stop there. You just said something that was very interesting to me. You said, I'm actually looking for your comment because I wrote it down. You said, if anybody thinks that this arrest was lawful, then we have a problem. This committee has received a letter from the National Commissioner of Police, General Fani Masemola, and he says your arrest was lawful. I think we have a problem then.
yeah, we do. We have a big problem.
Okay.
We have a
Thank you
big
very
problem if he thinks that that was a lawful, huge problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Sarah.
Chair.
Trent.
Honorable Nombalo.
Chair, can I just get clarity? The witness was asked a question and she didn't answer the question.
Eh?
The witness was asked state capture by who? And she didn't answer that question.
I can't name just one person. There were, the state
Yes,
capture
but
was.
you were asked by who? Mention names, you said political parties, by who?
Can you just, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
And the Honorable, just
Yeah,
rephrase
if you don't mind.
that question again. We need an answer to that question.
You said, I was asking you about why you were doing all of these things to Minister Nhleko.
Okay.
And you said, no, there were all of these things, the state was being captured. And I asked you by who was capturing the state.
Ah, okay. So we're just trying to think of the best way to. In the criminal justice system, there is a lot of grabbing for power. I'm just trying to think of how I can explain. State capture could not have happened if we had a functioning, uncaptured criminal justice system.
But
Okay.
No, no,
Take
no.
it further during their turn.
Can we proceed? We cannot do a merry-go-round the whole night. Honorable Number.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Honorable Nomvalo.
I want to start by appealing to your conscience. When I look at your profile here and your educational background, I can safely say that you have worked hard to become who you are today. You are saying here you obtained a certificate in market management. You obtained the Bachelor of Laws. You got admitted as an attorney of the High Court. You became a certified fraud examiner, and so on and so forth. And then, in my view, you started to experience problems when you met a man called Paul O'Sullivan. Are you proud for having worked with Paul O'Sullivan?
That's a difficult question. What I will answer is that I learned a lot. I experienced a lot, some of which was a bit traumatic.
Yeah, no. Leave the experiences, ma'am, and let me contextualize my question.
Please, yeah.
The reason why I'm asking, there's evidence before this committee which shows that there's a widespread discontent against Paul O'Sullivan. Many people are bringing different complaints about him, and he has jeopardized, allegedly, many careers, wrongfully so. Now, the question is, I'm not going to go into detail. And as if that is not enough, he even threatened members of parliament. He threatened a witness which was seated where you are sitting currently. He even threatened a member of parliament last week. I believe that as a patriotic South African, you do not endorse such behavior. Now, the question is, are you still proud of having worked with such a man?
I no longer tell people that I used to work with him.
No, we are not. We are not responding to my question now.
Am I proud to say that I had worked?
Are you proud? Leave alone his questionable history and desire to be a South African citizen, because that's where I'm going as well. I'm going to ask you a question. If you made enough research about him before you joined his company and about his intentions for coming into our country. For now, let's deal with this one. Are you still proud, having learned all these allegations and having learned all the evidence that has been adduced before this committee against him? Are you still proud for having worked with him?
I think it would be better to deal with the allegations because I have not ever witnessed him committing an offense.
Okay, let me ask you this question because seemingly I'm not going to get an answer on this one. Do you associate yourself with the wrongdoings orchestrated by Paul O'Sullivan? Ma'am, here I'm talking about a person who has not denied some of the allegations I've explained to you. He came to this committee. We asked him about threatening a witness who was there Mr. Ngabinde. He has not denied, he did not even become evasive. He took ownership of all these things that I've spoken about. Now I'm asking you, do you still associate yourself with that character?
No,
Are you proud of having worked with him? After he has conceded to all these things, are you still proud?
I'm sad.
You are sad.
Yeah.
If you can be given an opportunity, because I believe you are a South African, were you born here in South Africa? And I believe you love this country. And I believe you are protective of your reputation and of your character. And the manner in which you have worked for your profile in terms of your educational background, you wouldn't allow your character to be easily destroyed by another person.
No.
Is that correct? Now, if I give you an opportunity here to clean your name, and the only way you can clean your name is by telling nothing but the truth. I'm telling you, South Africa will regain confidence in you. We've given some witnesses that opportunity here, and some espoused our advices, and they received a standing ovation. If I'm giving you an opportunity here to clean your name, will you take advantage of that?
I don't know. I will tell whatever you need, but I don't know if, like I said, I've never witnessed him committing an offense, but I will take any opportunity. Sorry, can you ask that question again?
No, the question is too long, ma'am. There are many questions I have for you. Would you take an opportunity of cleaning your name if I give that opportunity to you? Because your name is currently tainted through your association with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. And the only instrument you can use to cleanse your name is by telling nothing but the truth.
Correct.
Would you take that opportunity?
Yes, I would.
Would you take advantage of it?
Yes.
Let's start here. There are allegations backed up by evidence which has been adduced here. SMSs, WhatsApp text, and so on, which suggest that you had a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride.
So the issue of my cell phone, I have taken legal advice. I don't want to deal with the issues of the cell phone. However, I will deal with the allegations or the question on Robert McBride.
So the question is, here we've been given evidence which is suggestive of a proposition that you had a romantic relationship with Mr. McBride.
It wasn't a romantic relationship, but we did have a social relationship.
Yeah, what is
Also-
a social relationship?
We had meals together, and there was an attraction. I don't know what else. How
It was
else?
an attraction.
Yes, it was,
Thank you for
but it
being-
was not. It wasn't a romantic relationship. It was, yeah.
Thank you for being honest. Have you ever been in the same room together, both of you? Not in a restaurant, but in a private.
Yes.
You've been. Thank you for being honest. And at that time, Mr. McBride was working for IPIT, was the director of IPIT, correct?
Yes.
And on the other hand, you were busy assisting IPIT with investigations.
There, the assistance in the investigation was not investigation. We weren't on the ground. It was, could you carry out this? Could you do some desktop research?
I'm not there.
So it wasn't
I'm
a,
saying, yeah, even if that's how you describe it, but I'm saying at that time, you were assisting IPID in its work. Let me not say in its investigations, because I know what I want to get for now. So on the other hand, while you are having this relationship with Mr. McBride, you are assisting IPID on the other hand in its work, correct?
yeah, but it wasn't a relationship.
No, but you have explained it.
So
and
yes,
I
so
thought,
I had communications with IPID investigators, and I had socialized with Mr. McBride. I
yes.
don't
No,
believe that I've,
No, ma'am, let's not be all over the place. I'm going to guide you through my questions. So just follow me here. I'm the driver of this conversation. Now, you are busy with McBride. You are having the relationship that you have described, right? And then on the other hand, you are assisting IPID in its investigations or in its work. Let me not say investigations because you become argumentative when I use that term. You assist IPID in its work.
I feel like the impression of assisting in, so we had the initial investigation of the Mkhwanazi, and then there was
At what stage did you have this relationship with McBride?
January
January when?
2017.
When did you start the Mkhwanazi matter?
So that was in February 2016, but then obviously there was no investigation, and then
Yeah,
but I can, there was not, there was, the two didn't, it was, yeah, there was, it
and then
wasn't,
it carried on, right? The Mkhwanazi investigation
they,
carried
yeah,
on.
they carried on,
And during the course of that investigation, then this relationship emerged between you and McBride.
again, it wasn't a relationship. I mean,
No, it's fine. I'm saying I'm not going to go deeper.
yeah, and we, you know, we didn't,
On how you
we
describe
didn't
it.
chat or phone or anything like it was.
No,
yeah.
but there's no way you can meet in a restaurant if you have not called each other on the phone.
You know, yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah,
like a
because
relationship.
here you are not sangomas, so you can't prophesize that he's going to a restaurant and go to a restaurant and meet coincidentally. It was coordinated. So
Oh, yeah, yes, of course. It's,
Yeah,
oh, I'm
so
in,
you
I'm in
can't-
Stanton, do you want to get dinner? And then,
yes, so you
Yeah.
can't say you were not speaking on the phone.
but you know, when you, with a relationship, you follow up with someone or see how they're doing, like there wasn't, anyway.
Yeah, so let's go back to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
Okay.
Did you do some background check before you worked for his company?
No, I Googled him. I think, how old was I? I was, I think 29 or 30. I Googled him, and I saw, you know, he had, you know, all these stories about investigations and that, and I sent him my CV.
Do you know where he
so I
was
didn't-
born and why he came to South Africa?
As far as I know, he was born in Ireland, and came to South Africa for property.
No, that's not what he told us. He told us that he came here because he was in love with the weather. So I don't know whether he was in love with the rains or the sunshine. He was in love with the weather. So that's not what he told us. But the question is, did you bother yourself to do some investigation about his history before you joined his company?
No, I didn't, I looked him up. There was no reason for me. I mean, I've never done that for anywhere else that I've applied for a job.
Now, there is this company that you were a director under. It's forensic what? Forensic justice. Who else was a director in that company besides you?
So they would have been, it would probably have been two of the staff or colleagues at Paul O'Sullivan and Associates.
Were there no directors who were not South African citizens, foreign directors?
No, not that I know of.
So there were no foreign directors?
No foreign directors in Forensics for Justice.
Yes.
No.
Do you know who was funding the company?
Who was funding
Yes.
Forensics for,
Where was it getting its funding from?
from Paul O'Sullivan? I don't think we got any funding.
No, so was it not foreign funded?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, unless someone donated money, but no, it wasn't foreign funding.
So there is no funding which they received from an international institution?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
What was your role as a director?
To basically do exactly the same as what I was doing before, but I was on as a director.
I didn't hear your response when you were talking about your employment at the Pejane Foundation, Chauke Foundation.
Yes.
You spoke about Andile Ramaphosa, Pejane,
Yes.
Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes.
Well, what is the story? How did you get employed in the Pejane Foundation?
So we'd kept in touch, and then when I had resigned, I think something maybe happened in the media, and we messaged, and I said, "Oh yes, I've resigned from Paul O'Sullivan," and then maybe a couple of months later, he sent me a message to say, listen, I'm looking for someone to run my foundation. Would you be interested in meeting and chatting about it? And
Who sent you a message?
Mr. Bajani Chalke.
Mr. Pajane.
Yes.
So you sent him a message and then he replied?
And then a few months later, I think he was.
Replied?
No, not replied. He said, "Oh, well, good luck," or whatever. And then a few months later, he messaged me. Obviously, thought of me, knowing that I was looking for another. I don't know what he was thinking.
So you
but
knew Mr. Pejane while you were working for Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Because we were opening a criminal case that had to do with the whole Bosasa matter. And in one of the affidavits, there was an allegation against Andile Ramaphosa. And Paul then, I don't know how he contacted or who, to try and get in touch with Andile Ramaphosa to get his version of events. And then Bijani Chauke then came to meet us, and then Andile Ramaphosa came, and we met with him, and that's how I met him.
So what was Andile a friend to Pejane Chauke?
I don't know.
So I'm trying to connect the unconnected dots now, because I'm asking about you knowing a Pejane Chauke.
Yes, that's how I met him.
You are bringing in Andile Ramaphosa. You are saying there was a complaint against him. So how does Pejane Chauke come in
Oh,
that
I
scenario?
see. I see.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
No, Chair. It can't be. Honorable Sangoni finished at 22:10. You said you are giving us 30 minutes.
What time was it?
22:10, Chair.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not for the first time we are doing this, Chair. It's not for the first time. And we are so lenient with ANC members.
Do you want to
I sent
continue?
a video in a group wherein you cut me before I finished my time.
Yeah, but can you use your time now?
Yeah, but I'm saying don't do this to me, please, Chair.
No, I apologize. I'm not in that mood. I apologize. You still had 10 minutes.
So what I'm trying to understand here, Miss Jane, yeah, Sarah Jane, is that how does then Pejane come in? Because the complaint was not against him. The complaint was against Andile Ramaphosa.
I skipped a step.
So the dots are unconnected.
Yes, so at the time, Bajani Chowki was a political advisor to Cyril Ramaphosa, as I understand. And that was who had contacted us that would, what's the word? Liaise.
No, still it doesn't make sense.
But, okay, so should I
No,
explain it
I'm
again?
saying it doesn't make sense, but let's move on.
Okay.
You laid a complaint against Tutuzile Zuma.
Yes.
Yes, on what capacity?
Forensics for Justice,
Or you were still working for that company?
correct.
Where did you lay the complaint?
It was emailed to someone at the NPA.
Why straight to the NPA, not to the police? Are we not reporting
It
crime?
was 2021. Yeah, that, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to remember who commissioned it because I can get back to you on that because I'm not 100% sure. I can't remember and I don't want to commit to.
No, the reason why I'm asking here
Yeah.
is that, you know, when you were explaining your modus operandi, you told us that you were assisting institutions. And two, you were dealing with complaints which were coming from the members of the public.
Yeah,
In the form of whistleblowing. Now the question is, here in the Tutuzile matter, you became a complainant. Who complained to you about Tutuzile?
So it doesn't have to always be a whistleblower. I also said that if Paul saw something that he thought.
So who complained to you about Tutuzile?
So Paul called me up, I think he was overseas, and he had sent me some photos or screenshots, and he said, we need to open a case, and we did. And also, yeah.
So you were told by Paul to open a case?
Yeah, we agreed. We agreed to. But yeah, he called me up and he said we should open a case, and that's what we did.
So sometimes you just pick up individuals and open cases against them.
I think it was
without receiving complaints from members of the public about them.
Well, we're also members of the public, but It was quite a serious issue at the time. And so I think that I was justified in doing it at the time. But yeah, but it didn't have to be someone else complaining to us. So, for
Paragraph
example,
17, you are saying, my CFE qualifications and skills allow me to access to information through a wide range of forensic investigative tools.
correct.
What investigative tools do you have?
So that would be service providers that you would have a contract with, and then you would submit a request. So it would be sort of the deeds office, or if you need to a number plate of a car, that kind of thing, ownership.
Go on, you say, my work included forensic investigations, compiling of criminal dockets. Are criminal dockets not opened by police officers?
So it's a criminal docket, and then you go. And then once you've opened the case, that is a docket.
Where? In your office?
No, you do the investigation, and then that
No.
investigation
But
then
you can't
goes
open
a
you can't open a criminal docket. Maybe you are talking about a file in your office, not a docket.
so yeah, so that becomes the docket.
No, but dockets can only be opened by police officers
Yes,
in a police station.
yes, that
And
folder.
your role as a complainant ends in submitting a sworn statement as a complainant.
Yes,
And then they take further their investigations. And if they feel that there's prima facie evidence, they open a docket. So where do you get powers to open
no.
dockets?
No, you can, we need to open the docket with the police.
No. My problem with you is that you are giving yourself powers you don't have. You are saying here, your responsibility includes compiling criminal dockets. You
Yeah.
don't have powers to open a docket.
So what is the, I didn't say a police docket. I didn't say a South African Police Services docket.
So your offices have dockets.
It's a docket. It's a case that you've put together, and that forms the docket.
So you have dockets in your office. Is that what you are telling us?
I do not have SAP's, South African Police Services dockets in the office.
So
The docket is formed. It is a criminal docket, but
Okay,
in the sense of it,
no, it's
I don't
fine.
have
Fine, I'm about
police
to run.
dockets
I'm about to
in our
run
office.
out of time. We are complaining here about a man who was driving you to the police station eating pepcorns. Was that a police officer?
Yes,
He was eating
he was a
popcorns. He was eating popcorn.
gun, and then he's eating and driving like this.
Where was he eating popcorns?
It was the popcorn. It was in between the seats, and he was.
Then he almost caused an accident
It felt like
because he was eating popcorns.
and driving at a
There's a complaint here by Advocate Mashuka that the memorandum, which was compiled by 2 DPPs, leaked. And here in your statement, you are quoting a memorandum. Honorable Ngola has asked you about that memorandum. a memorandum leaks, and in your statement, you write about it, you quote it.
Yes.
How did you get access to a leaked document? If it
don't
was
think it
not
was
leaked, if it
leaked.
was not leaked to you,
I don't think it was leaked.
do you have people you are working with in the NPA?
No,
Do you have journalists that you are working with?
no,
Do you work with Afroforum?
no, I don't know.
But your boss admitted here that he works with Afroforum.
Yes, he has a,
So how is
An
it
association.
possible that he works with Afroforum and you don't work with them?
um,
Whereas you do the same thing?
yeah, no, but remember, I haven't been there for 4 years, 3.5, 4 years.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Time is starting.
Sorry, need the loo.
Do you want a break?
I just need the toilet, but
No, you can ask the chair.
if I may, but I don't want to waste your time.
No, I'm fine.
Is your time running? May I go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Chair?
Then proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Sarah Jane Trent.
Good evening, Honorable Skhosana.
I'm going to start by following up to my honorable colleague, Honorable Nomvalo. The issue which he was trying to traverse with you was that the Busasa story of Andile, you said that Paul O'Sullivan called you. He was called by Bejane, Dr. Bejane Chauke, am I right?
No. Paul, I don't know who he contacted or how. He wanted to get Andile Ramaphosa's version of events on the allegations that were made in an affidavit in respect of corruption or corruption adjacent allegations
Yes.
to do with the Bosasa.
Yeah.
And that's how it sort of came about, yeah.
So it was Dr. Chauke who called Paul. That's what he told us.
Oh, yes, yes. And
That's
that's
what
how,
he said anyway. Yes.
so, yes.
Yeah. Now, in the case of Dudu, Zuma, Sambuka, was it who said you must open a case against her? Was it Paul or was it Andy Ramaphosa? Or was it President Ramaphosa? Was it Dr. Chauke? Or you opened that case on your own?
I opened the case, but but Paul had called and said, "Have you seen what's going on? We should open a case." And I said, "No problem. I'll open it. I'll be the complainant." And that was how it happened. He was overseas.
Right. Let's come to the issue. I want us to be clear about this matter. Your relationship with Robert McBride, you said it's a social relationship.
Semi-social. I mean, we're not like friends.
Yes.
It was, I don't know if you know when you've got an attraction to someone, but you're not interested in like a relationship or anything like that. It's, we're all human.
Yeah.
And that's what it was. And it had nothing to do with, let's hang out so that and you can do this for me at IPAD or anything like that.
Yeah, I just wanted to clear up there because you ended up saying to Honorable Nomvalo that you were once in a room, not in a restaurant, you and him. Am I right?
Yes. I mean,
the rest is history, I guess. Thank you.
Not too,
now, let's come to the issue. Mr. O'Sullivan said he had visited Patlane's home on his own without the IP investigators before November 2016. Were you with Paul O'Sullivan on the day?
No.
If you were not with Paul O'Sullivan, or once you had Paul O'Sullivan going to Surrey Hills to conduct an investigation, which law allowed you to do so?
Sorry, can just repeat that?
Which law allow you to visit a house of then acting commissioner Patlane in Surrey Hill? Which law allow you that?
I don't know if there's a law that allows you to look at someone's house from the outside or not to look at it from the outside.
And I understand that. I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
Yes. Now, on that first occasion, I'm putting it to you now. There was no IPID.
Pardon?
There was no IPID. I'm asking you. There was no IPID. Did Paul told you that he went there alone?
When he went there alone?
Yes.
There wouldn't have been. Actually, I can't say that. I wasn't there. I didn't know. I don't know when it was.
You said the lifestyle audit on Patlane and his wife was done. Who conducted that lifestyle audit? And why, and where's that lifestyle audit report as we speak now?
Mr. O'Sullivan did that, and I think he set out his findings, which includes the house and the building thereof, which would be in the criminal complaint with IPID.
But you drafted a statement of the people, among others, Alvin Duprisi, am I right?
Pardon?
You drafted a statement of people, among others, it was Alvin Duprisi, am I right?
Drafted statements.
Yes. Of people, among others, yes.
I'm just trying to think. So if I can explain.
Okay, let me put it to you quick because of time.
Yes, please.
You sent that draft to Mahlangu on his request. And where's that draft statement as we speak?
Which draft?
Remember, I asked you about the lifestyle audit, about the Patlane and Patlane's wife.
Yeah. Is this before the investigation started at IPID or?
No, even after you visited the Sabil Hills.
Okay, no, I don't know.
Don't remember.
I thought that you meant the lifestyle audit that was in the criminal complaint.
I'm not sure why are you mixing the two, but relax a bit.
Okay.
You went to Mr. Frick Teterenplas, the building contractor in Sinoville.
Correct.
With also Sullivan.
Correct.
Binang.
Correct.
Mahlangu.
Correct.
Right. The following day after your visit, Mr. Terenplach and his wife workplace in Sinoville, you invited Mr. Terenplach to the office of IPID for a meeting. You provided him with an address of IPID offices and the time of which they must attend that meeting. Who gave you the authority to do so? Are you an IPID official?
I'm not.
But you invited them to come to IPID offices?
I did. I did, but we had been in the meeting, and so he knew that I wasn't an IPID official. And he knew that we were assisting, so it wasn't, and yeah, it was a message that was dictated to me while we were driving and
were you a partner to O'Sullivan in the car company, a director for that matter?
From 2021.
From 2021.
Yeah, and it was, I think, until, so it was probably only a year.
So in 2015, when you were doing the Transnet, if you remember well, you remember the Transnet?
Was I doing in 2015?
Yes. Let me remind you before we come back.
Yes.
Because I want to follow this with you. In 2015, you call it any port in a storm. Do you remember that report?
What report?
Any port in a storm. It was ordered by you. It was ordered by you.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I do. It's yes.
You ordered that report and O'Sullivan approved it.
Gosh, I can't even remember that one.
Yeah, hence I was asking you to say, you said you started in 2022 to become a director, am I right?
No, 2021.
2021. But for me, you are misleading this committee if you say so. Because this report, which was authored by you, drafted Sarah Jane Trenet, Bachelor of Law, LLB, Executive Director, Sarah Trent, Forensic for Justice, and then approved by Paul O'Sullivan, the founder. That report was done in 2015. It's here with me in front of
Can I see that?
No, you'll see it. I'll send
Uh,
it to the,
Yeah.
yeah, because remember you said,
I wouldn't have signed anything in 2015. I was,
no, in fact, I'm the one who was making a mistake.
okay,
It was 2018.
2018.
Yes. So if you say you become a director in 2022, it's misleading. The report was done in 2018, 11, 18. You drafted an 18-page report. Yeah, okay, because of time.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
there you were,
I will follow up on
yeah,
that.
because there you were accusing the Mavundlas, the PG Mavundla,
I
the
remember that, yeah.
yeah, and the Italian car company. Now let's go back there. So do you agree that you didn't become a director in 2022?
I'm just trying to think what happened there, why that would be, can I come back to you on that?
It's fine.
Because I think-
I'll give it to you. I'll
Pardon?
give it to the evidence leader. The
Please
report
do, and
which you
I can
did.
then go back and have a look and respond if
Yeah, now
you wouldn't mind.
you are the person who called McBride on his first day back in the office following his suspension and said to him that you are bringing a Patlane dossier to him. Who compiled that dossier? Who were the people's affidavits in that dossier?
I'm not sure if it was his first day back. Not that it matters, but who compiled that that was Mr. O'Sullivan.
Now, Ms. Fen, can you tell us about your investigation in the report of Transnet widening of Harbour project, which is alleged to have been terminated or set aside as a result of your report? Or I must just shy away because you say you don't remember anything about that.
I really don't, but I would be more than happy to go back and have a look, refresh my memory and.
Yeah, because there were black
assist you.
companies, just to remind you.
Yeah.
There were black companies who were awarded a contract of 4.2 billion rand at Transnet. Now there was WPHO and Group 5, which indeed were the people who had an interest in that tender. And the rest is history, but I'll send you the report and I'll send the evidence later. Let's come now to the issue again. The allegation which you made yourself and also Sullivan in that report. Anyway, and let me just leave it because you said you don't have. I thought that you'll remember because it's not long anyway, because your partner, your co-director says 40 years, 25, he can't remember. But you should remember, 2018 is not long,
I remember the matter, but yeah.
Now, were you working with Mandla Mahlangu?
Yes, I didn't work with him. It's the same thing. If he needed something, but he was the one that I think I saw or met. If he came to the office and said, "Oh, can you quickly run a check for me?" But because I think he was the lead.
But you sent a memorandum, internal memorandum to Karen, who was speaking about the warrants of arrest. Do you know Karen?
No, I don't.
But it's your WhatsApp message.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's your WhatsApp message, to Karen Morgan. What do you call it? The surname? It's the journalist. Mon.
I can't remember.
No, but it's your WhatsApp to Mandla.
I don't know if it's my WhatsApp.
Remember what I'm reading from you here. There was a braai which took place at 3 o'clock. You remember that braai?
At the infamous Kretcher house.
You were part of that braai.
Yes.
Now, you sent that email, and you were speaking about the Nati Ntleko, the conflict with McBride. I mean, this is your conversation between
Okay,
yourself
I don't
and Mahlangu.
I don't have any recollection of this. I have no idea.
You know, you.
Yeah, when after
Okay.
my phone was taken, I never got any of those
Mahlangu,
messages back.
Let me remind you. Mahlangu said to you. You said to Mahlangu, morning, hope you are feeling better. What magistrate court will your section 205 go to? Just finishing the draft. That was you telling Mahlangu that you were finishing the draft.
I don't know what that's about.
Mahlangu responded to you, I'm much better today. I'm resting at home. Sorry, I didn't tell you. We actually done with 205 and have been signed directly today. Imane Cedric will take them to the banks. The one for Vodacom has been sent and signed by Cullinan Magistrate, and for the banks, it was Pretoria Magistrate Court. Did you have a good relationship with those courts?
No, I don't remember any of.
But what I don't understand, Sarah,
Yes.
you were controlling Mahlangu yourself and also Sullivan and Kabinde. You were controlling Mahlangu and Kabinde. You were drafting section 205 for them.
So
That's what you said. This is not me. Remember, it's your WhatsApp message.
the thing is, I dispute the WhatsApp messages, but you've put a question to me. So a section 205 affidavit is just an affidavit. So if you've done an investigation, I've done an investigation and I've put it together, right? You know what needs to go in the section 205, but I cannot issue or go to the court.
I understand that. But what I'm asking you, were you drafting section 205 for IPID? I mean, Mahlangu could not draft a section 205 for himself.
Oh, no, and I think he did. I don't, look, there was no bad faith. It was under pressure, lack of resources.
From
we
where?
have computers.
From IPID. IPID don't have those things we are mentioning.
No. I'm just saying that, like, we offer.
No, I understand that you offer.
Okay.
But I'm saying IPID does not have, I'm talking about the state here. That you were drafting for them a section 205 because they didn't have the capacity.
Oh, I cannot remember, and I don't know what it was, because it could have been just this sort of the skeleton of a statement, or it could have been, I don't know, but it wouldn't have been the actual official document. Sorry if I'm not answering.
But is that correct in your view?
What?
What you were doing with Mahlangu, with IPID? When we say the IPID or the security justice system in this country were infiltrated, we were correct. Because you were doing that. You are not a member of IPID. You are not a policewoman.
I did
Do
not.
you agree? Do you agree?
I'm not a police
Yes.
woman. I'm not an IPID officer.
But you were 100%.
But I did not involve myself unlawfully at all.
No, it was unlawful for you to do that. Mahlangu could have done that himself.
I think he did.
Could have done. But why then were you drafting for them?
Just to help.
No. There's more to it than what meets an eye. But be that as it may, let's go to the next one. You've been communicating with Mahlangu here. In fact, you are in charge of your company with O'Sullivan. You are in charge of IPID, and there's evidence. It's not an information. Evidence. I'll tell you now. Let me tell you about the issue of your correspondence with Mahlangu. Hi there. Do you have a statement for Alvin?
Sorry, Chair. Sorry. I don't want to be discussing what's on my cell phone records, please. Sorry, I
time
don't
stand a
mean-
bit, yes, because if you say so, my time will as well stop a bit.
I can't, the cell phone records, I don't have them. I don't have my cell phone. I don't know where they come from. And you really.
But you were
putting
responding
it
well.
to me.
But you were
I
responding
know,
well.
but it's,
So far, you were responding well on the same thing which I was asking you about. Because now I want to ask you about the use of cash, the issue of EFTs which were done. You were talking to IP official, Mahlangu, yeah. And there's more. I mean, you went to Sinoville. You wanted an architect to give you a plan. For what? You went to Sinoville, a builder who built Pahlane's house. Do you agree?
yes,
Yes.
Mr. Frederick Terblanche.
Yes, yes. I want to go there. Even if there's no cell phone, is it true or is not true? That you
Yes,
went
we
to
did.
the
No,
house?
I
Yes.
also recorded that. Yes.
Now, because you recorded it, hence I'm asking you
Yes,
about this
I
thing.
just, yeah, it's, yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Oh, yes.
yeah. Now, you made emails, proof of payments, and all that. And there's a disappointment that there's an EFT. It was not cash. The cash was only used once. But otherwise, they were EFT. And this architect gave you the plan. But I wanted the relevance of the plan. Why did you ask for a plan? Somebody's house.
I didn't get any of that. I didn't understand.
Remember, the meeting was set up between 3 and 4 by you. It's you. It's not nobody else but you who arranged that meeting.
With Terblanche.
Yes. And Mahlangu was you were communicating with Mahlangu. Mahlangu's work was done by you. And you were not an official, and it's illegal for you to do that. It was illegal at that point in time. Because hence I'm saying to you, you were in charge of IP.
No.
I mean, you said you were helping them.
The helping is, it's absolutely not true. I did nothing illegal, nothing unlawful. And, yeah.
So you don't feel any compunction on that?
I wouldn't do it again, but I did not act unlawfully.
Can you please state a period during which you were supporting IP in the investigation? And how many cases did you handle that involved individuals from IP? Can you please state the period during which we were supporting IP in the investigation? And how many cases did you handle that involved individuals from IP?
So it was the Paklane matter and that the
It's about 2 or 3 or
so you want how many cases?
Yes.
So it was only that one. And then there were a couple of searches that I did, which I'm assuming was for another matter, but I wasn't involved in investigating any other
so
matters.
you don't know how many cases you've done with IP?
No, sorry, you're misunderstanding me. I haven't investigated on any other cases or been involved in any other, or opened a case with IPID. I don't know if that's what you're asking me.
But remember, you said to Honorable Nombalo, when he asked
Yes.
you that about the dockets, and with Paul O'Sullivan, I've said that to him, because he's been saying he opens docket. Opening a file is not opening a docket, or giving statements to the police is not opening a docket. Only the police who can open the docket. Do you agree?
Only the police can open a docket.
Do you agree?
Yes.
So this issue of Paul O'Sullivan and you saying you're opening a docket is wrong. Okay. Now, Are the individuals involved in those cases still employed the IPIT, which you were helping? Beside Manda, and may his soul rest in peace. Are some people still involved, like Metu Sisoke?
I don't know. I think he's at IDAC. He's not there anymore.
Yes, at IDEC now. Now, because of time, you know, there's
Please,
time.
yeah.
Yes, you must remember there's not enough time for me. So I have to push you a bit. What instrument have you used to spy on Tutu?
On
Zuma.
who?
On Tutu Zuma.
What instrument?
Yes.
To spy on her?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I've never spied on anyone.
Did you never use Pegasus
Never.
in your life at all?
Never, never, never.
Are you sure?
I swear to God.
Did you have any permission to spy on Tutu?
No, and I never spied on her.
Does the police have an authority to spy on any citizen in your view?
I guess if they have a warrant, or I'm not exactly sure how they
Works.
do the interception
Now-
and that kind of thing.
Now, you say you've never used Pegasus for spying.
Never.
Did Paul use Pegasus, or your company use Pegasus to spy on Tutu?
Never. I can't speak for Paul. I can't imagine him doing so, but never. Pegasus are very serious. I've looked at it because I thought maybe they were using it on me. So no, I've never heard of this.
Yeah,
This allegation.
but I wanted to correct you on this one. In fact, my mind comes in now.
Yeah.
Who called or Sullivan? Is it President Ramaphosa or is it Dr. Pejan?
I
No,
doubt it
you
was-
said it.
No, oh yes, what I said earlier.
Yeah, you said President Ramaphosa called or Sullivan.
No, he didn't.
So who called him?
Bijani Chalke was then put in touch with Paul, but I was not privy to the communications as to how that came about. So I don't know or remember. He could have sent an email or a WhatsApp, and then someone would have said, well, Dr. Chalke is the person to liaise with and speak to him.
Did Mr. O'Sullivan have direct access to investigators, prosecutors, or IPD officers during the course of all this investigation which we're involved in?
When you say access,
Yes.
in what?
To investigators, he'll call Mahlangu, he'll call whoever he wants to say, let's go, like they did when they went to Sabi Hills.
Yeah, but I mean, he would call up and say, look, there's I don't want to generalize, so I'm trying to think.
Now,
If there was new information that came to light, I'm thinking of a situation, then he would say, hi,
Okay.
we've come across this,
Okay.
let me come and show you.
so do these communications suggest the possibility of a coalition between private actors and state investigators, and has been independently, in your view, investigated? Because you as well said that you were drafting papers for IPD investigators, Mandla for that matter, and said Cedric Nkabinde.
No.
I'm not Damsangi, it's in your.
Yeah, but drafting a skeleton affidavit doesn't mean that I was doing anything wrong.
No, but you were saying that was the evidence which you were drafting. That was you who said so. So my question was to you, why were you doing that? You were saying you were helping IP. And I said to you, why helping investigators? Because those people
I hear you.
Yes.
I hear you.
Okay, my last one. Do you have regrets of working with Mr. Paul or Sullivan in other matters?
I think all our matters have been, I mean, I don't have any regrets of the matters we've worked on. We've taken on a matter, investigated.
So are you saying that you can repeat what you've been doing with, without any doubt? Because for me, I'm a bit ambivalent with you. I've got mixed feelings now about you.
Yes.
Yes.
I have a completely different way of doing my work and how I handle and.
No,
and
but
do-
my question is, if you've been given another chance, will you do the same thing which you were doing over years with Mr. O'Sullivan?
No.
So you have
Sorry,
some
too-
regrets.
That's just too general a question. Let me first understand what you're asking before I answer.
No, I was asking you that if you have to repeat what you've done in the past few years you work with Mr. O'Sullivan, will you still do the same thing? Will you repeat the same thing which you were doing with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
Are you talking about a specific?
No, whatever you have done.
Everything.
Yes.
I don't know if I can answer that.
Intimidating people
Oh, I don't know.
and threatening people and
No, I would not do that,
extorting
no.
people as well. So you'll never do that again.
I did not send threatening emails.
No, it's
or-
him. I remember it's your
Yeah,
company
but
as well.
no, you're right. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with
you
the
won't
way
repeat
of,
that
that's
again.
the way to speak. I don't agree with it.
And
I
you'll
would
never
not do-
repeat that again.
Never.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Skosana.
Chair, can I confirm time for me? 15 or 10? 15. Thank you, Chair. Sawubona ntombazana. Uyaphila? Are you good?
I'm good. How are you?
Ngifuna
Thank
sikhulume
you.
ngendaba yempahla enkulu. Awuthithisa khona uMcBride impahla enkulu. Honorable James asked you ukuthi actually Honorable James asked uMcBride ukuthi was he on a relationship with you? And his answer was no. Did he lie?
No.
Okay. You were asked, were you in a relationship with McBride?
Mm.
You said yes, but a social relationship.
I said I wasn't in a relationship with
Did you
him.
lie?
Sorry?
Did you lie?
When?
When you said you were in a relationship with him, but it was social.
I didn't say, I said I was not in a
The
relationship
question
with
is,
him.
did you lie?
No.
Okay. The message on your phone,
I'm not going into
Says
my
different.
messages.
It's fine. when you said to McBride, two blue balls, George, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know if those are my phone records. I'm not going into my phone records. No.
Why did Paul McBride hate that you called him a horse? And you were angry when he said, do you want to bang? Why were you?
What?
Do you want to
No,
bang?
Chairperson, I need protection, please.
These messages were obtained when you were arrested.
No, that was stolen. It
not
is
was
subject
stolen.
of a
Phones
criminal
were seized when you were
investigation.
arrested.
I'm-
Your phones were seized when you were arrested.
I'm not discussing my cell phone records. I will answer
Have you
anything,
ever
but I'm
slept
not
with
going,
Mr. McBride?
I'm not answering that.
Okay, something else now. You're not on message. Have you slept with Mr. McBride?
Not answering that.
Okay. Were you in an intimate relationship
Not
with him?
answering on my cell phone.
Not on your cell phone. I'm no longer there.
Yeah, okay.
Have you ever slept with Mr. McBride?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so you were not in a relationship.
I was not in a relationship.
What is that? What do you call that?
A hookup?
Okay. How many times?
I don't know.
Were you a weapon used by Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
No. And if I was, I did not, and I will take my revenge if I was.
Okay, before we go somewhere, let's start here. Duduzile Zuma writes a tweet on Twitter, and you go and open a case against her, correct?
There were quite a few tweets and videos.
And you opened a case against those because of
Correct.
those, right? Andile Ramaphosa is alleged to have been part of the Bosasa issue and saga. Why didn't you open a case? Why did you go for clearing his name?
Well, if you compare the two matters, firstly, you would have to ask Paul
No, no, I'm
about
asking-
no, I understand. On, why he wanted to contact for that version of events. But if you compare the two matters, that was 2021 riots. I mean, that brought the country to
Let's
its knees.
quickly-
It's
remember
very
they said
different
I
to
have 10
ask.
minutes. Remember,
Sorry?
remember they said I have 10 minutes.
Sorry, just
So the question is, do you write a tweet, you open a case?
there were
Andile
ma-
Ramaphosa is implicated in the Bosasa issue. You don't open a case. Why?
if you look at the two cases, the one of Andile Ramaphosa, it was some
Bosasa.
alleged.
Bosasa.
No, if you looked at the allegation, it was an alleged allegation, but this
And
was the
there's
July.
also an allege
unre-
that she started it's an allege as well. You
No,
were in
no,
court right now, when you
Yeah.
were asked whether do you think this is political? You said yes.
do I think what is political?
The attack on Duduzile Zuma.
I didn't say
But let's
yes.
go back. You did. Let's go back. The question is very simple. Bosasa is a corruption case. You are known in your organization to be hating on corruption, right?
Yes,
And the Ramaphosa is implicated there.
yes.
Did you investigate? You went
Yes,
straight for
No,
clearing
yeah,
the name. And again, on your what you said here, first thing you said Ramaphosa called Bejan.
I don't know.
Ramaphosa called
don't know.
Paul Sullivan. You said that.
No,
It's on record, you said that.
No, I said.
Do you want to correct
Danny-
that maybe?
No, I never said,
You said, okay, let me repeat to you. You said Ramaphosa called Paul. Then Bejane comes in the picture to clear this matter. We'll rewind the video. I did check it. You said that. Now, my question specifically is this. Why on Duduzile Zuma, you'll go and open a case, but on Ramaphosa's son, when he is implicated in corruption, you don't investigate, you don't open a case, you go for clarification of his name. Why?
it has to do with both the cases. It's not as simple
Are you
as.
sure you are a lawyer?
If
Are
they
you
were,
sure you are a lawyer?
I'm a non-practicing,
Did you study law?
yes.
Seriously, I'm not that good in English, but I'm going to ask you this question again. Try to listen to my question. Why on Duduzile Zuma, you went and opened a case on those allegations, but
She was inciting violence and brought the country to
alleged.
its knees.
alleged, right?
And Andile Ramaphosa was alleged to have freaking received something in a bank account, and that was it. It is
Was there money
very
received by Andile?
different. Pardon?
Was there money received by Andile?
No.
Are you
Uh,
sure?
The allegation was
Wait,
about.
just there.
the
Are you
alleg-
sure?
The allegation was about him receiving money into an
From-
ABSA bank account. I can't remember, but he had no
Okay, wait a
ABSA
minute.
bank.
Let's not rush. You say the allegation was about him receiving money from
Sorry,
Usasa, right?
And then I
Let me help
corrected
you.
myself.
Okay.
It was about a bank account, an ABSA, and there was an ABSA, he was alleged to have received or paid, it was something about an ABSA, and we checked whether there was an ABSA bank account registered in his name. And that was
And
it
money was in that account, right?
he didn't have an ABSA bank. Look,
Money was in that account.
he didn't have, if I'm remembering the bank name
Okay, but let's
correctly.
leave it there.
the-
Let's go back
the
to a very
alleged
simple question.
bank,
But
he
you're gonna
did not-
make it implicated for yourself. Let's make it easy. On this side, you went to clear his name immediately. On this side, you went to open a case immediately. Are you with me?
Mm.
Why there's so unfairness? Why? Because it's Ramaphosa. Are you getting something from Ramaphosa?
No,
Do you think Paul is still friends with Ramaphosa?
I don't think,
Have you met Cyril Ramaphosa?
I have
President
not.
Cyril Ramaphosa?
I have not.
You have not. You have not.
No,
Okay. When last did you speak to Paul O'Sullivan
Yesterday?
on phone?
Yeah.
Okay. You,
Oh, today. I mean, I saw him, but yeah.
you saw him before to yesterday and today?
We've been chatting since I've been there was the talk of me being called. I was not very happy, and so I told him that he needs to come and that
Okay,
I
you
can't
were-
be.
you have been in contact.
It's his.
Let's
it's his.
quickly go to this
main-
now. Since you say you studied law, do you understand what is infiltration in regard to IPID? What would be
maybe
infiltration?
maybe
What
you
would
could.
be? Okay,
What maybe you could tell me what it could be, and
okay, between you and Paul O'Sullivan, who infiltrated IPID?
neither.
Let's qualify this with a definition. Infiltration is a person who works in a space where he's not supposed to be, right? Like being in going to Patlane's house as an IPID official, that would be wrong, right?
No,
If it was the case. Going to Patlane's house as an IPID.
I
official.
wasn't going as an
No, I
iPad.
didn't say you went. You are saying that. Did you go to Patlane's house as an IPID?
I went to Paklani's house. I did not go as an
answered that.
iPad.
Now you've answered that question, and I did a favor and asked you that question. Now this is a different question. I'm asking, if you went to Patlane's house as an IPID official, that will be deemed wrong, right?
So I'm sorry, I don't, if I had gone, if I was an iPad official, sorry, I don't understand.
Okay. Who between you and Paul O'Sullivan infiltrated IPID?
There was no infiltration, neither.
Okay. Let's test your law again. Is it allowed for a civilian to have information from an official, often a minister, or information that is supposedly to be known by an IPID official only? For example, McBride gives you an ID number of Honorable Ntleko. Was that correct? Was that in law?
I don't remember if he sent me the
He did
ID
say-
number.
It did.
Um,
Was that correct? The question is, was that
I don't
Lawful.
see that there was, that was illegal.
why not? Are you sure you're a lawyer, Marae? Are you sure? If I'm a police officer and I give you information in my docket as a civilian, isn't that, is that lawful?
You have to understand that as a certified fraud examiner,
Ah,
it's I don't know how to explain it.
are you allowed to mingle with the dockets of IPID?
Pardon?
Are you allowed to mingle with the dockets of IPID?
Am I allowed to?
To mingle, to be part, to touch or even see dockets of IPID? In terms of law, the one that you studied.
It depends if we.
Are you sure? Would you studied law? I'm gonna ask you again.
Yeah.
Are you sure you studied law?
I did.
Are you allowed to be touching documents or dockets that are from IPID?
Not without their consent.
So did McBride give you consent to give information?
To give information.
Yeah,
To?
to you?
Did McBride give consent?
To give
Sorry,
you information?
what information?
You said you must be given consent before you start handling information.
Oh, no. I can't demand to look at information from them, but if
But
they,
if he gives it to you, is it doing a lawful thing?
it depends. No, not necessarily, but if it's for, I don't see why he
Which school of law
would.
did you go?
Pardon?
Where did you study your law?
UNISA. I studied.
Is UNISA credible in terms of law? I want to study law and I want to go to UNISA. Now I'm starting to doubt it. Is it credible?
I don't know.
Do you trust it? Do you think they they did a good job on you? Hmm? Let's go again. Are you allowed to have information of the minister, i.e. ID? Is Mr. McBride allowed to give you such information?
Yes.
Is he allowed? Is that on record? You're saying that on record? And can you follow the
What
phone dialogue
I say
system?
is, at the time, I did not believe that there was anything wrong or anything unlawful.
Okay,
If-
that's fair.
If evidence is presented to the contrary, so be it, but it wasn't some, yeah, sorry.
Okay. When you,
Hmm.
okay, let's leave that. Just put it on record that you and McBride did something very wrong, especially McBride. A case must be open on that matter. Now, did you and your cabal that had a meeting apparently with two DA members, AfroForum and journalists, did you have control of media?
Did I have?
Did you guys have control of media? Did you control media?
When you say
Journalists?
control,
Journalists, did you control journalists?
in,
Did you know information before it appeared on the media? If something will appear tomorrow, did you know today that heads up, tomorrow something is coming? Did you have such privy?
sometimes,
Why was that? What is it because of friends in the media or you control media?
well, usually CCs every single journalist or media house,
But
blind
would
copies
the
every
media
time
house
emails.
tell him something that he didn't send to them?
Pardon?
Would
Honorable Klopper.
Good
Thank
day.
you, Sarah. Wasinda kanjalo.
Sorry, Chair, must I begin?
Yes.
Good evening, Ms. Trent. You spoke on contracts with companies that are part of the forensic tools,
Yes.
which are at your disposal. Which companies are they specific? If you can give me a list of names.
Sure. It is TransUnion, CPB, the Credit Profile Bureau, Marisit, so I call it Marisit, it's MARISIT. And so for me, if a lawyer or a certified fraud examiner has certain things that they have access to, whereas an estate agent, that's what I can think of at
That's
the moment,
fine.
yeah.
Ms. Trent, how are citizens protected by abuse by this system?
Pardon?
How are citizens protected by abuse from this system? If one were to be corrupt, and I'm not saying you are corrupt, I'm asking if one were to be corrupt and have access to these systems, would it put a citizen at risk?
Yes. And yes.
Is there anything in place to prevent abuse?
So, I don't know. I think that the best would be to look at sort of how their structures are. But for me, if I do a search, I have to have reasonable suspicion of something. You can't just, yeah, but it
Reasonable
doesn't.
suspicion,
But
who do you give that to?
Yes, exactly. So it would be, they could possibly, I'm not making a judgment, but it is a good question, you know, how is the public protected from that? Because I think only a certain, sorry, I'm rambling.
No problem. When you went to Sable Hills with Mr. O'Sullivan, you were working for him, correct?
Correct,
And you mentioned that you were pretty new at that stage.
correct.
Is it fair that you were under his directive at the times when you went to Sable Hills as an employee?
Absolutely.
You were, as you describe it, new. So at the time, did you even consider the allegations that could arise, such as unlawful presence, undue diligence, access to protected information?
No.
Do you think that there was a possibility that Mr. O'Sullivan may have known that there are consequences to such actions?
I would, I don't
Just
know.
a possibility.
Yeah. Look, yeah, I mean, I'm sitting here today for a reason, you know, not.
No.
So.
You described your CFE qualification
Mm,
and you described your work, including compiling criminal dockets, assisting branches of criminal justice systems and investigations. Were you ever contracted by a state body directly or indirectly? Or was all the work done via private clients?
private clients. No, government,
You do say that IPID officers requested your assistance on the 9th of November 2016. And you were satisfied under the IPID Act that you're entitled to. So I'm not going to get into that section 24, it's been traversed. Here's where things get a little bit blurry, Ms. Trent, and I just hope you can assist me.
okay.
And it was mentioned early on, I just didn't get a complete clarity. In 2016, you were certified as a fraud examiner.
No,
Sorry, you were not certified.
no, I was
That only
appointed as
came
an
in,
attorney.
sorry, that only came in 2019.
Yes.
Correct. And the evidence for decision at Harvard Kennedy, that was only in 2020, April. And you admitted to it as an attorney on the 24th of October, 2016, which is about 2 weeks before your assistance was required with IPID. So, Ms. Trent, I think this brings me a full circle because at the time you started with Mr. O'Sullivan, you didn't have all the qualifications that you possess today. And I think that really refers to you being new and you maybe headed into something that you weren't completely sure about. Is that a correct assessment? And if it's not, if you could just try to assist me then.
I think it's a bit of a broad, maybe if you can ask it again.
So I went through your qualification.
Yes,
And your qualifications seem to come much later
yes.
than when this investigation took place at Sable Hills. And I asked you in the beginning that you were pretty new at the firm with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. You were just admitted as an attorney. You didn't have the forensic expert background that you have now, the certification and so forth. And the circle that I'm making is that you might have led yourself or be led into a situation that you didn't know you were letting yourself into at the time.
You've just made me remember when I was at John Walker Attorneys and for the insolvency, we also had access to one of those systems. So when I was doing the checks on the people that were part of the inquiry, so, and that was for a law firm. So I'm sorry if I'm going over the place. So here in 2016, it would have been on that I'd had a law degree and working in Paul O'Sullivan. I don't think I'm answering your question.
Don't worry. Ma'am, I just want to quickly find out who initiated the contact again. If you can just clarify, was it IPID towards Paul O'Sullivan's office? Or was it Paul O'Sullivan that contacted IPID?
So when Mr. McBride was returned to IPID, Mr. O'Sullivan said to me, see if you can get a meeting with Mr. McBride because we need to present this this complaint. It's about the Acting National Police Commissioner. It's a big deal. And that's what I did.
And for how long did you work on that case specifically? You can just estimation, days, months, weeks? I mean,
So it was the two Sable Hills, the Tabalanche, the Alvin de Priya, then there was the death threat, and then maybe once or twice, and then there was the whole sort of kidnapping, arresting, all of that debacle. And then from there would be one or two inquiries every now and again. Yeah.
I'm just want to make sure about your duties versus those of Mr. O'Sullivan, because I want to differentiate between the work that you did. And everything you've described, even when you were the director, and I mean this with no disrespect, ma'am, it sounded more like you were doing PA work. And I just want to know the difference between the work you did and the work that Paul O'Sullivan did.
So by the end, I was sort of running my own matters. Paul was away most of the time. So when we're talking about 2016, 2017, that was a very different story to when, by the time I left.
2016,
in 26
specifically, yes.
In 26, yes.
Because I want to refer to this.
Sorry.
This is where we're at, yes.
2016, yeah, it was, you know, whatever I was told to do. That's if you send an SMS or send an email.
And who was doing the bulk of the forensic work and the checks? Who was making the decisions? Was that Paul? And
Yes,
you were
that was
just
Mr.
doing-
O'Sullivan. Yeah, I didn't make any decisions.
Why did you need to run checks on iPad persons of interest? Are they unable to do it? Is it I just want to understand the reasons for you needing to do the checks, or at least the firm having to do the checks. Why wasn't iPad capacitated to run their own checks, do their own research? Is it that they didn't have resources? Because we're trying to understand
Yeah.
what the problem is in iPad, what the problem is in SAPS, whether it would be in the NPA. And if the problem is resourcing, and then that's why they couldn't do it, then we understand the reasoning behind it. So that is why I'm asking you that specific question. So try to limit it within what were the reasons you needed to do that specific work for iPad.
Okay, it was the quickest way to get information for their investigation. And if we could get it for them, that would just, I'm assuming, I don't know what helped them as investigators, because I can't speak for them, but I'm assuming that that's what it, you know, you log into the system. And also if it's an IPID member, they are investigating crimes, and therefore that would be the purpose. And I am not sure whether they have the capabilities to do this available.
Ms. Trent, you spoke about you accompanied the iPad investigators to Sable Hill, and you said both of you and Mr. Sullivan went. And in your affidavit, I can't remember which paragraph, you spoke about actually supplying desktop support. Why do you think Mr. Sullivan wanted you to go there as well? Because your duties were secretarial in nature. You were in the office, desktop research, doing checks on the systems, so forth.
And also a aspiring certified fraud examiner. So
it was to learn.
yeah.
Ms. Trent, I think I'm going to rest there. I think I've got my conclusion. And again, I'm going to say it, and I don't mean it as an insult to you, but it feels when you do explain that you're a bit confused as to why certain processes took place. And whoever's watching soccer can maybe just put that off. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Trent. You seemed just a little confused through some of the explanations, as if you're not 100% sure why you were doing things. And it does concern me, because I do think, again, and I'm going to repeat my full circle, you were new at a firm, you were told to do certain things, and you performed the due diligence as as what a worker should do, and that's what it looks like to me. And I've
Correct.
listened to you speaking today. I've listened to you when you were speaking to the evidence leader, and it feels like you were led like a cow to the slaughter. And I'm watching you here today, and that's just the impression that I get. And but I thank you for your time today, and it is almost 12 o'clock in the evening, and you're still going. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairperson, I conclude.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys.
Good evening again, Ms. Trent. I want to start off with your torture abduction case. The NPA declined to prosecute.
Correct.
Did you consider going to the Human Rights Commission?
And
Why not?
was back to work on Monday as usual. Thank you.
I don't think there's a time period on when you can lodge a case, so it might be something that you want to consider. There was discussions here just prior when we were on our break, that you were having a response to your trauma. Mike, I normally talk so loud. What is making it traumatic for you to be here in Parliament in front of the entire nation to tell us about the alleged abduction and torture with INSAPs? Do you feel like you are trapped here in Parliament?
I do not. And I wish that I was not crying. It is mortifying, and I would love to be composed and answer your questions. This whole Mkhwanazi whole thing, I thought I'd left it, moved on. It was extremely traumatizing, this whole thing and surrounding factors. And I was not expecting to respond this way. And it's...
No, I understand that you might not have been, but I would have thought that it could have also been a healing process to be able to tell your story on the platform that you
Yes,
have.
yes, it's just hard.
Understand. When we spoke, or when the question came up about Dudu Zuma and you opening the case, is she convicted? Because my understanding, she's still on.
Oh, she's still on trial.
Yeah. So when you refer to her, you said you spoke as if she was
I'm
already.
sorry, I must apologize for
And when you
that.
spoke about Andile, you said alleged corruption, but when you spoke, and very passionately so.
Just from the weight of it, but I apologize for not, for
crime
making
is
that judgment.
Let's talk, you said about the mess. So you had some communication. Yeah, I am talking, by the way. You had communication with O'Sullivan when you referred to this whole Parliament process.
Yes, the ad
You
hoc.
referred to it as a mess.
Oh, no,
His
no,
mess-
no. No, yeah, that he's caused
Yeah,
this
he's
mess for
mess.
me.
Okay, so before the mess that you refer to, his mess, when was the last time you communicated with him?
Long time.
Okay.
There would be no reason, 2023, maybe.
And then what is the mess?
You know, I thought I'd moved on. And, you know, we did a lot of good work. And then there was you know, he's just started to make, you know, you've seen fighting and accusations and everything without considering, you know, and it might affect me, one, and the work that we've done, because it takes away from that. Yeah, it's all coming back, you know, when you've left a part of your life, and then, you know, that saying, you thought you were out, and then they come and they drag you back in again.
Is Paul a bully, O'Sullivan?
Paul?
Yeah, in your experience.
In my,
Yeah, would you
Yes.
consider him a bully?
yes,
Are you afraid of him?
I'm not afraid of him.
Okay. Has he intimidated you? Even if,
No. I've always, you know, he was my employer, so
no,
He-
during this period, during his mess period.
no. To put in context, last year, I think it was around when he had some fight with Athol Trollope, and I could not understand what it was, and it just became this huge issue about that had nothing, and I could just see all of this happening in front of, I could see it happening, and I said, like, please don't, it's taking away from what is important. And anyway, sorry, I'm rambling on, but yeah.
Did you get any incentive during your discussions with him on how you should approach your testimony with us today?
No, he was just very nice. We chatted about what was going on and what the questions and that kind of thing, but not in I will say what I need to say. The days of me not saying what I want to say are over, if you understand.
Did you
right?
have those days with him?
No, you just do. I don't want to sound like a victim or anything like that, but it's a job. You do.
Do you think he made you do things that you shouldn't have done in retrospect?
No, but there were things where had I been able to have a say as to, for example, an email going out, I would have said no. Because, you
Can
know,
you
so
think
that,
of a
so
particular
stuff like
email
that.
that you would have said no?
It's not a particularly, I think you guys have discussed seen. I just have a very different way of doing things. And I got to a point in my career.
Ms. Trent,
Pardon?
when you said you guys, what did you mean?
Sorry?
You said something you guys know, and then you moved on. So what
I
is
think you've covered some
the
of
you
the
guys?
emails.
Okay, so you're talking about that in particular.
Just in general.
But that's one of the things that you would have handled.
Yeah, if he had
Because it
drafted an
exposed
email.
you, or because it was wrong?
Not illegal wrong, but wrong. It's just not, I would just not write something and send something like that. I'm not saying it's illegal or unlawful or anything like that. I just would not do that. And I know that by doing that, it would bring negative attention back. And that's my personal feeling. That's my personal,
No problem.
yeah.
Anthony Henry,
Mm.
do you know him?
Yes, I've met him. I know him. I don't know him well, but I've met him a few times.
Were you not both directors at a company?
Yes, St. Helena.
Yeah. So you were business partners? Mhm.
So I was a non-executive, so I didn't have any sort of role in the company. And I don't think that it did anything. I actually, yeah, and then I can't remember when I was,
Dangerous to be a non-director with,
Yeah.
and you don't know what they.
I mean, it was part of the job, I guess.
Didn't the St. Helena Corporation, they were property development?
Yeah, so I remember when I arrived or came to Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, they were looking at, I think that they were planning on building an airport on St. Helena, which would improve tourism or something like that. So as I understand, it was a property development project.
Did you know what was in the portfolio when you were a non-director?
So I think that was the what was in the portfolio of this of the
Yeah.
one that I was
Because they're property
no.
developing, so outside of
No.
the development, you don't know?
No, I don't think that there was anything.
So that was the only thing they were working on.
No, sorry, I'm confusing myself and everyone else here. There's the St. Helena Corporation PLC, which is in England, a trading company which has something to do with that. And then there's the St. Helena in South Africa, which I don't think did any trading or anything like that, but I wouldn't have been involved in any of that.
So which one were you not?
In this one, in the South Africa, the one that's on the CV.
So it had done no trade, there was nothing,
It do-
they
it-
just opened. You
I-
signed up to be a non-director, you put it in your CV and you didn't know anything about what.
No, well,
They
what
could have been
happened-
laundering money for.
I found, I called Paul. He said that nothing happened in that company.
And you believe him?
Yes.
So if we say, or someone says to you that Forensic for Justice wasn't established just or mainly to expose corruption, but it operated in a way, and I want to read this because I want to get it right, but it operated in a way where people who were alleged to be involved in wrongdoing or corruption were investigated and they were pressured, right? And when those individuals lost their assets or their money, then you'd get the likes of Fitzhenry and Paul O'Sullivan through their companies like Tradewinds Corporation, and they benefited from these outcomes. Including, so this Tradewinds company actually bought Kitchebear's house.
Okay, so what I know of that is, and again, this is what I know. That Paul had this whole long history war with Radovan Krejcir, and SARS went in on and took all the seized the assets and put it all on auction. And then Paul or a company bid on the house. And I read it in the news on the Monday, and then found out. Pardon?
Did you ask him about it?
No, I had only just been there. I don't even think I was still on the ad hoc basis thing. But when I read it, I was like, I bet you that's Paul. And
It didn't make you suspicious of who you're working with?
No, I didn't think that there was anything wrong because he'd had this huge sort of fight, he wanted to kill him and he'd been fighting this awful guy. And
Do you think he was awful too?
who?
Radovan
Radovan Krejcir? Yes.
Let's go on to Robert McBride. I'm not going to ask you about your sex life. Did he ever ask you to profile a company called SASTEC, SASSTEC? And we're not going to mention the names of the people involved, but also requested that you profile the CEO of that company and family members.
I
family
don't
members?
remember.
You don't remember?
I does not ring a bell.
Okay, so we wouldn't find messages if those messages of yours is found to be legally obtained. We won't find a message like that. among the
I don't
messages.
know. I don't know. So I can't deny or confirm. I honestly don't remember.
Were you responsible for communication between, or not responsible, but were you the go-to between Robert McBride and O'Sullivan?
Yes.
Why?
I had, firstly, would be working or whatever, and he'd be like, phone this person, message this person. And then I think Paul was a bit late to the smartphone. So he didn't, he didn't.
Was he late or he just wanted to have so he can have
Nokia.
messages? Yeah.
Yeah, he had the old Nokia that you like open, and we've all got our, iPhones and everything, and
You don't think it was strategic on his side because now he doesn't have messages that were downloaded. And that you were
Hindsight.
actually might have been used
hindsight.
and you were thrown under the bus. Let's go to the Mkhwanazi matter. In Robert McBride's statement, he says that IPID also received some information from O'Sullivan and Trent as they had access to systems, plural, that IPID did not have for investigation purposes. What systems was he referring to?
So I think he would be referring to the entities that I just mentioned. It's TransUnion, CPB, Marisit, and that. So if he's saying that that's not what they had, I don't know what they have access.
So IPID doesn't have access to that, or IPID has to do things legally and get requests to get credit checks, etc.
I don't.
So you didn't ask McBride?
No. I
When
don't
they
think
were
that there's
asking
any.
you to do that, a whole state institution is asking you to do it. It didn't bother you that they were not able to do it? Because it can't be that IPID cannot do credit checks if they need.
Oh,
to.
I mean, if you look at the resources, have you been to the iPad offices?
Besides that, it can't be that IPID does not have access to do that, so they were taking shortcuts.
I don't know. That I don't know.
There was something that was said today that's not making sense, and we didn't get proper clarity. Who took the pictures of the house plans, of Mkhwanazi's house plans?
I think Paul, Sir Sullivan, he had his phone in the one and then the camera.
So he used a camera because he was using Nokia phones?
Yes.
Okay, so he did take the pictures and that was at the.
As far as I remember, that's.
But you were there to take notes, so you would remember. And
Yes, I have the recording.
so there was this thing that Robert McBride also said, that his investigators reported to him that the reason the two of you went because you used your white, okay, I can't say whiteness, but you used the fact that you were white to get information.
I do remember Paul saying something to that effect. I do remember that because, yeah, there was.
So what does that tell us if citizens need to have white people to come and ask them? But you were there and you were part of it.
I know.
Today, we asked Mr. O'Sullivan if he had a police station in his house, and he said 3. Have you, because you've stayed at his house a few times.
Yes.
It was almost your second home, from what I understand. Have you ever seen police documents in his house or sex
No.
materials? You've never seen it?
No.
So he was lying when he said he has 3.
I thought that, so he wasn't joking. No.
I
What do you mean 3?
And the
3
reason we're asking this is that in 2024, Kretschevic's son Dennis was arrested,
Okay.
right? And there's, I think it's in an affidavit rather, that Paul opened the docket in his house. Then a SAPS officer came to collect it and took it to the police station to finalize it. Do you know anything about
I
that?
know
And then
nothing
later
about
the NPA refused to prosecute
I don't,
because the case was so weak. I want to go back again, Ms. Trent, to this this certified fraud examiner thing, because I think I don't understand it fully, and I'm sure South Africans want to know. So tell me, do you have access to a portal of information being a certified fraud examiner?
so so there's an option, for example, on TransUnion or Marisit. So you say, okay, you want to find out the company details, like a SIPSI search, but you've got to choose under what you are doing it. So it's fraud examination, corruption examination, whatever, and you've got to click on that. And you can only click on that if you have been approved by the service provider, and the approval is
So
based
which service
on-
provider? So TransUnion, for
So,
example?
so there's TransUnion,
Okay,
there's-
that's fine. Okay,
okay.
just say one of them,
and
right?
and I'll check if there are any others. And
Okay. And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, right? They issued the certificate
yes,
that you would use to go and register at TransUnion, for example.
correct.
Right. Now, this Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, who regulates it? Like, forget their self-regulation.
Yeah, yeah,
like
the self-
which statutory body regulates them? Because if I want to go and lodge a complaint against a member, it might not be criminal. Which regulatory authority would I go to?
I don't know.
Okay, that's interesting. And then what happens? So what we understand here in South Africa, I don't know about in other countries, and even with real estate agents, they can't go and access your information without you giving them permission. So you were accessing people's information without their permission. If you suspected, and we don't know about this association, who they answer to. So Chair, who's disappeared, we want to ask our evidence leaders that we write to this association and get clarity on how are they issuing out certificates, and also to the credit unions, TransUnion, Western Union, and all the others, on how they just allow someone who has a membership that they pay for to click and say that they are a member, and then they can just give out information. Because we've got very strict privacy records, and people can't just be accessing information based on them being suspicious. The polygraph test, you said that, are we not going to find any evidence later that this was something that was instigated between you, McBride, and O'Sullivan?
I wouldn't say
You've agreed that you facilitated it, but
Yeah.
you're asking who instigated it. Was it part of the plot?
it wasn't a plot. It was basically, it was how I understand it is, Mkhwanazi was on the news making these wild allegations of treason and Arab Spring, and then Paul's overseas, and it's when you have that kind of allegations.
we get that.
Sorry, I'm
Say-
wasting a time.
Right.
And so I think maybe Mr. McBride dared Mkhwanazi to a polygraph.
But was there a discussion amongst the group of IPED people who were doing this investigation?
And
to
then
do so?
yes, and then I spoke to both Paul and Robert, and I spoke to the polygraph
Okay,
woman.
then you
and,
facilitated it, but it wasn't that, it was something that was decided, it was instigated here in response to what was going on outside, that you were being accused of overthrowing the state, etc.
Yeah, and it wasn't anything like, oh, let's cook up the whole thing. It was
But it
literally,
was a plot.
it was the most ridiculous allegations.
I'm not talking
Yeah.
about the allegation.
Sorry,
I'm
I know,
saying-
I
I was
know.
asking about, you saying that was, your response was to do that.
Yes.
Let's talk about, why would Paul O'Sullivan say that he was asked to vet possible national commissioners? I mean, it's even there in his book. And he's done multiple interviews about that I'm sure you might have even helped facilitate those interviews.
Which interviews?
When he goes on
He's
TV
the
saying that,
media guy.
oh, he's the media guy that
You don't
says
see
you
me in
must
the
feel-
media until I'm crying on national TV.
No, I know
Thanks.
that. So, but I'm saying you facilitated the interviews for him to go and tell the world how.
Oh, no,
he was
I
used.
didn't
Oh, you
facilitate with the
Only-
media,
okay.
no.
But do you have anything to say on why he would tell the world that he was asked to bet possible national?
Don't know why he said that.
Is
Um,
it something that he did regularly just to make up stories and position himself as it's something he does?
I would say that things do get exaggerated a lot.
Don't think you put in that a bit kindly.
And I just sometimes don't understand why he would say what he says. It just, there's just no reason. I don't know. And it makes everything very difficult because now you don't know what you're looking at or investigating. It's,
Okay. no
yeah.
problem. Let's talk about Andile Ramaphosa. What case were you about to open that implicated him and that you needed to get clarity or to clarify his name? Because you said you were
Yes.
going to open a case and that's how the contact happened. So what was the case about that? Because it wasn't a case against him.
No.
He was implicated in a case that you were about to open.
Yes.
Right. So what was that case?
So we had, I think it was the inquiry, and there was this affidavit of Van Tonder, maybe, if I'm remembering, and he had made allegations. And around that time, Vincent Smith had tweeted saying that he had taken a loan from someone from Bosasa, perhaps Gavin Watson. I don't want to say something if I don't remember it correctly. And that in itself was proof of a corrupt activity. And then there was that, it was like a one sentence allegation. And I think that, and Paul said, well, we must either add it or we'll find out what his version is. So and that's what happened.
So what case were you about to open against whom?
It was, Vincent Smith.
Ah.
And and it was, look, I can't
He just
recall.
got sentenced to 7 years today.
Oh,
So my question here is that O'Sullivan and Associates or Forensic, whichever it is, Paul O'Sullivan
Oh,
Mhm. So my question here is that O'Sullivan and Associates or forensic, whichever it is, Paul O'Sullivan, he looks around to see who might be involved in corruption, exactly what I was saying before. Digs up some dirt, and then those who he thinks he can extort money from, and then Andile's name came up, and then that's how Andile Ramaphosa, you contacted him. Why would you just randomly go and say, I'm going to go and open a case against Vincent Smith? Like the target is high profile people. And then you go and look on who's involved in this, and then let's go and see. Because, yeah, and then soon after that, you get a job as a CEO.
oh, no, not
It wasn't soon after.
Not soon after. There was nothing,
Okay.
dodgy there.
But you were only a CEO there for 8 months. When you
Yes.
joined, there was no money, or there was?
There was, but it was also, wanting to expand it, and to look at almost like a feasibility in a way at whether it could happen and it wasn't going to be possible but
Gonna
it was
build it together.
a
What's
beautiful.
your relationship with the Oppenheimers?
I know, one of the granddaughters, but I know her, we have mutual friends.
So you know them well enough to stay at some of their holiday homes and lodges, and do you know them well enough in that regard?
Yes, I have holidayed at,
Through the granddaughter?
yes,
Okay. So you,
But I-
because it's,
I'm from Stellenbosch.
no, I know you said that, so that's what. So your relationship with the granddaughter is quite decent enough for you to say, I need a holiday.
No. So basically, I met her through another friend, and I happened to be driving in her car. You know, we caught a lift, and got to know. And then we had a mutual friend who was going away, and so she hosted his friends for that, and that's what happened there.
Anything else outside with the Oppenheimer family? Outside of holidaying in their holiday homes?
Anything
Anything else outside of having had holidays?
with the
at their-
Oppenheimers?
Yeah.
No,
No,
no.
Yeah.
Only on a social, mutual friends.
with the granddaughter only.
Yeah,
And
just
what
with
is
her,
the
yeah.
granddaughter involved in?
She runs what I assume is I don't know, but I think she runs a family office or something. I'm not sure.
The social media that you touched on just earlier, you said Paul is the social media person.
No, not the social media, the media.
Oh, the media.
Sorry, did I say social
Yeah,
media?
I might have, and I might have heard
Oh,
wrong. So
no,
who was
so the
responsible
media-
for social media?
Pardon?
Who's responsible for, or who was rather?
I used to just look around, wouldn't really post, but on Facebook, there's a company that's just posts some like a post. What do you call them? Postcard type thing with the Forensics for Justice thing twice a week, or boosts it or whatever. But
So you'll
I
have
don't
spent
know.
money, have you spent?
Pardon?
You'll spent money, or they have spent money boosting social media posts?
Yeah, but I mean, it's minimal. I don't think they even boost it anymore. It's just.
But it has been done. Boosting on the social media. Have you
But
done that
I
with,
think it reached like 1,000 people.
and have you ever spent money on boosting matters regarding Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
I don't think so.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Mkhwanazi.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good evening, Sir.
Good evening.
Do you own a company registered under your name?
Yes,
What is that?
SJ Trent Pty Limited, and but I call it SJ Trent Inc.
Okay, what does it do?
I give services as a certified fraud examiner. So so a client will come to me with an issue, and it'll usually be about a fraud or financial crime. And then I will look into it and give all kinds of advice or feedback or a report or something like that. So that's what I would then do.
Is it still operational?
Yes.
Who is the complainant in in General Patlane's case?
As far as I know, it's Mr. Sullivan. And I know that there was a Colonel Moonsamy, and there were pub crew guys who gave statements as well. But the complainant was Mr. Sullivan.
But what is he complaining about?
Corruption.
What corruption? Can you unpack that?
Gosh, it's so late. So if I had the complaint, I'd be able to assist a bit better. Yeah, okay. He had said something in the media that about then General Pachlane, and how I don't know what it was said. And then because of that, police whistleblowers came to him and said, look, we've been trying to have someone investigate what's been going on at the forensics lab where Pachlane had been. So he did that and took statements, and then with that, made the complaint to IPID. I don't know
I'm asking that because you were part of the team that investigated. What exactly were you investigating? If put differently, what were you investigating against General Pachlane?
Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So the allegations were that service providers to the forensic science laboratories, and then, so for example, there was this, they gave us one of the supposed fingerprint brushes, but it was a makeup brush. Now with a fingerprint brush, it has to be very fine squirrel hair. So what was happening is that they were using makeup brushes for fingerprints. And then the other thing is they had expired crime scene chemicals that were exploding on the scene or in the vehicles. So we got the photos of that, and we got the statements and all of that. And then we had a woman who was a whistleblower as well, who had intimate knowledge of one of the service providers and their relationship with Mr. Pachlane then, and that's what it was based on. And then the further investigation would have led to whatever it led to.
Was corruption part of the the issues that you were investigating?
I think so. I just can't, perhaps I should have, yeah, I can't remember. I don't want to say something that I mean, yeah, corruption, yes, yeah, it was, yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, how does his house then become a focal point of the investigation?
Because in the lifestyle, if you look at, so what he did was, he goes, okay, let's do a lifestyle on him. And so he'll see, look, there's this property. And then you go on Google Earth and you can see in these, oh, okay, that's a pretty massive house for this. And then and off we went on that. And then when you compare the income that he was getting at the time to how much the house had been built, what the cars he had at the time, it was impossible to have been able to afford any of that. And that's where the red flag came up. And this was the head of police for South Africa at the time. So, yeah.
I find it very contradictory. You are actually saying to us that he was the head of South African Police, National Commissioner. Why would he not be able to afford a car?
No, at the time that the house was built, he was not.
What was he?
He was heading up the forensics lab.
What was his rank?
I don't know, but I think
Not a lieutenant general.
I don't know, but I just remember that he couldn't have afforded it.
Can I put to you that he was a lieutenant general?
All right.
Do you know how much they are paid?
No. No, I mean, we're talking a long time ago, so.
So what was wrong with General Patlane building for himself a house?
Nothing's wrong with building a house. It's ready to, and you know what? Our investigation did lead somewhere.
I'm asking, you are part of that investigation.
Yes.
What is wrong? Is he the only human being in South Africa that was building that kind of a house?
No.
I see a lot of houses, marvelous houses in Johannesburg. Have you investigated all of those people?
No, but I think that if there's a red flag like that, what excuses the chief of police in a country just because he's the chief of police? He should be held accountable, and he shouldn't be protected because he is the head of the police.
I can't accept that. I find it hard to accept that you want to actually condemn the general simply because he's head of the police, that he should actually not be actually able to build a house of his dream, a dream house of his own. He's working, he's getting a salary. There are institutions out there which are ready to actually give him money to go and build a house because he has a stable income and is the head of the South African police. I mean, what
I don't
all
believe
drama.
I don't believe he could have afforded that. But again,
And Paul was here and
Yes.
told us that he owns a private jet.
Paul owns a private jet.
Is that true?
No, no. Are you saying that? Sorry, I interrupted you. I should have listened
He
to
said
it.
so.
Sorry?
He said so himself, telling us.
Paul said, no, he has a private plane.
Paul O'Sullivan. Does he not own a jet?
No.
But he told us that he was actually he was driving his own jet.
No, it's a private plane. I don't know if he still has it now. But when I was working for him, it was like a 4-seater plane that you fly. There's no, I don't know where.
I was going to ask whether a lifestyle audit has actually been carried out against him to find out exactly whether he can afford that kind of life.
He doesn't have a jet. Oh, actually, I don't know because I don't, but at the time, I can't imagine.
Okay, move on.
Sorry.
The question about the photographs that were taken at General Patlane's place has actually been answered. You said Paul O'Sullivan actually took those photographs.
As I recall,
Yeah.
correct. Yes.
Okay. When those two investigators, IPIT investigators, that is Mahlangu and Binang, came to your places, I don't know where you met them, they were traveling in an unmarked police car. which could only accommodate 2 people.
I don't know what the car was.
No, I'm not
If it was
interested
marked
in
or not.
what car, but it could only accommodate 2 people. That's what you said.
Yes,
And then because of that, Paul actually said, no, leave that car, let's use my car so that all of us can fit in.
yes,
Is that true?
yes.
And
As
that-
far as I remember, that is how I remember it.
Okay. So then you drove off to Patlane's place.
Yes, we went into the estate and went down to the manager's office. Yeah, we go.
All 4 of you.
Yes, in the car.
Okay. So who was leading the team at that particular time? Because it could not have been those 2 IP chaps because they knew nobody.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So between you and Paul, one of you must have been leading that team.
So when we got there, we walked in and look, I mean, I can't remember exactly what happened,
No,
but
it must have been one of you. Remember that the whole idea of actually, roping you into that trip to Patlane's place was because you 2 are white. It is only one of you who could actually be able to persuade
yeah. Oh,
those people to actually cooperate in the investigation. So that is why I'm asking, who was leading that team between yourself and Paul?
okay. We, it wasn't as sort of, it was very
Somebody
simply
must have led discussion when you're talking out to the branches and the Eustace and all of that crowd. Somebody must have
okay.
been leading discussion.
Yeah, I think Mr. O'Sullivan would probably have spoken the most, but the IPID officers it was made clear. And the thing is, if you do listen to the recordings or see the transcript,
So
you will see
therefore
that it's because he had all the information, he knew all the information.
So on that day, the lead investigator was Paul.
I wouldn't say that, no. He's been investigating matters forever. So it's not like anyone that doesn't have sort of experience in an investigation. So it just comes naturally. You sit down and you.
Ms. Trent,
Yes,
you were requested by the IP two
Yeah.
chaps to accompany them simply because they realized that the color of their skin is actually going to make it impossible for them to communicate with those people convincingly. So they roped you in. They phoned you. They phoned one of you.
okay.
And then you agreed to accompany them.
I don't.
You even provided transport to them. So the entire operation was a Paul O'Sullivan's operation, backed up by Miss Sarah Jane Trent and the 2 guys. My question is, when you got there, somebody must have led, the discussion between the 2 of you, because those 2 already had actually, made their disadvantage known to you. Okay. I just want to put to you that you were actually leading that investigation. And secondly, Paul, when he got there, he took photographs. Not Mahlangu, not Binang, but Paul took photographs. Where are those photographs? What was he taking photograph for?
As far as I
What
can
did he do
recall,
with them?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Was General Patlane aware that you were coming to his place?
No,
So you trespassed.
no.
Did you have any permission to enter and do what you did there? Did you have his permission?
Not Mkhwanazi.
If you did not have his permission, then you trespassed.
No, I don't think.
You were not police officers, were you?
No. We
You
were,
went there and you took photographs without his permission.
we were assisting the IPID investigators and
Okay,
went
I don't
in
care
with
whether,
them.
whether you were.
We
assisting.
didn't trespass.
No, I don't care. You were not police officers.
No, I never made out to be
took-
such.
You
ever.
entered the premises of somebody without his permission. And to make matters worse, you took photographs of his place.
Mm.
To do what with the photographs? Okay. So I want to put it to you that you were leading that investigation. All right. When you came back from there, Lieutenant General, who is that, Mabula, opened a case of fraud and impersonating IPID against you. And you actually say in your statement that this investigation, namely the case that has actually been, or that had actually been opened by this general, was effectively a counter investigation into the corruption allegation against Patlana. That is you saying that, and only concerned itself with the manner in which IPID was conducting its investigation. Now here is the crunch. It was clear to me, and that is you saying that, that Patlane was abusing his authority as acting commissioner of police to protect himself from investigations and reduce the credibility of IPID witnesses by requiring them to make additional, possibly conflicting affidavits.
Yes.
Why this? You invaded his privacy. Without his authority, you took photographs. Why should he not have opened a case against you?
We were not trespassing. There
What
was
did you do?
we were.
Did you have permission to go there?
No, it was, this was.
Then it's
Okay.
trespass. That's private property, that one, isn't it?
Yes, but I disagree that I was trespassing.
What were you doing?
I accompanied IPID on their investigation into Pakhlani, and one of the parts of that investigation was the home. I did not trespass.
Are you aware of something called Patlane Task Team?
Yeah, is that what they refer the IPID team?
What does it do?
So what I know is in the beginning, the late Mantle Mkhwanazi, sorry.
Okay, who are involved there? Who constitute that Patlane Task Team? Is Paul O'Sullivan and who else?
Constitute the Pakhlane task team.
Yeah.
No, not Paul O'Sullivan. It was Mantle Mkhwanazi, at some time Cedric Nkabinde, Timani Binang, Mansara Pesu, and there was a couple of others, but
Robert McBride.
I don't know if he was on the Pakhlane task team, but obviously I don't know what his role was or how they had their meetings or?
Oh, Mr.
debrief?
Nkabinde was seated where you are sitting
know.
right now. And he told us the composition of the Pahlane task team.
Okay.
Paul O'Sullivan, Robert McBride, and the crowd that you have actually named right now.
Yeah, Cedric.
I wonder why you are running away from mentioning the name of Paul O'Sullivan.
No, Cedric Mkhwanazi, must stop his lies. He's, sorry, I'm.
And Nkabinde is a long associate of Paul O'Sullivan.
Eh?
They used to work together,
Who?
Nkabinde and Robert McBride at IPID.
Yes, I know, I know. I met,
So
I met,
therefore, then you
Mr.
cannot say that.
Mkhwanazi.
You cannot say that Nkabinde
No,
is a
I'm
lie
saying.
because he was one of the trusted,
implications when he was sitting here.
was one of the trusted, officers in IPID, was given to investigate
Yeah.
very, very, difficult and sensitive cases. Okay, the braai,
Mm,
you were very central in that because you invited people
mm.
to come to the braai. Who was there?
The Angelique Sarayo, who is a journalist, she wrote a book called Kretcher. Then it was Cedric Nkabinde, Mantla Mahlangu, Robert McBride, Candace Kutsia, Anthony Fitzhenry, Shadrach Sabia, Paul O'Sullivan.
General
Well,
Spear.
General, sorry, yes.
Okay.
Myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it a braai, a book launch, or a meeting?
It was a braai. Okay, so I went and got the meat, and Angelique came with her books, and Paul had a document called Joining the Dots, and we had a braai, and it was about 2 hours, and there was no discussion on taking Arab Spring, overthrowing the government or anything like that, unless going through the document Joining the Dots was, but that had been released, a media release or whatever.
You actually classified that gathering
Yes.
as top secret.
Oh, did I?
Yes.
Okay.
The invites that you sent out to people actually was saying top secret.
Okay.
So much so that when this thing actually was leaked, there was a great deal of panic.
Oh.
Don't you remember that?
I remember the panic, yes.
The panic, yes. Why panic over a braai?
Yeah.
Why panic? Why did you panic?
No, I didn't panic. There was this huge thing about what had happened at this braai, which hadn't happened, that I wasn't saying I panicked. It seemed like there'd been some or other information, or I don't know what the story was there.
You actually have confirmed that Mr. Nkabinde was there.
Yes.
Mr. Nkabinde, seated where you sitting right now, told us that in fact it was not a braai. And neither was it a book launch, but it was a top secret meeting to actually concoct a plot to ensure that General Pahlane does not become, is not confirmed as the National Commission. That is what Nkabinde said.
Okay.
So that is why there was panic when that gathering and the issues that actually were discussed there had been leaked. And then, so what is your take on that? Would you still maintain that it was a braai? Obviously, when you met there for some time, you would obviously have something to eat. But the purpose of the gathering was to actually was not just for a braai, it was a meeting. Do you have anything to say?
I never saw it as a meeting.
Why did you actually classify it a top secret?
That was, I can't remember.
Where was
can't remember.
that?
It was in
Where was it discussed? I
that,
would imagine that
I would have,
when you were
Paul would
doing,
have told me to send what to send and
Oh,
to,
was it
at whom
Paul who
to,
sent?
and to whom to send it to. So I probably sent it to everyone, but it wasn't me, Sarah Jane Trent inviting. Am I answering your question?
Could it have been Paul who actually said that, hey, look here, Sarah, because I don't want issues that would be discussed there to leak. Put just right on the invite, top secret.
It's something he would do to say top secret because it's just what he would do. But I don't know. I just wrote it and sent it as split.
Yeah, can I put it to you?
Yes.
You know, that IPID is captured by Paul O'Sullivan, Sarah Jane Trent, Robert McBride, and a few others.
No.
How often do you interact with Spear?
I met
General
him.
Spear?
I met him twice at that braai. And once I went to, when he was at the city of Johannesburg, I just went to get a document or something of his,
But
or what I was,
only general invited.
yeah, that was, the people that I named are the only people that were there.
Does he frequent your offices?
No.
Who actually invited? Who put him on the list of invitees?
To the braai,
Sorry?
to the braai. Who put
General
Jacob Spear
Spear.
onto the list for the
Who
braai?
compiled the,
No, that, Mr. O'Sullivan.
okay,
I didn't get a +1.
okay. Listen to what, do you know Advocate Mashuha?
Yes.
Okay. Listen to what he has to say. And I'm quoting him. He was seated over there yesterday.
Yeah.
He said, the objective facts set out in this affidavit, and in particular, the evidence emanating from O'Sullivan and Trent. You are Trent, isn't it? Clearly demonstrate that IPID, to the contrary, was captured by O'Sullivan and Trent. What do you have to say?
I think it is a ridiculous thing to say when capturing IPID or an institution, it needs a lot more than a couple of illegally downloaded WhatsApps to show capturing. The criminal justice system has been captured for a hell of a long time. It's not just now that this is happening. It's been a long time and it's very, very broken. And sorry, I'm not going to ramble.
One of my colleagues actually asked you about the Section 205 subpoenas.
Mm.
And listen to what Advocate Mashuha had to say about that.
Mm.
the evidence clearly demonstrates that Trent and O'Sullivan even went to the extent of preparing Section 205 subpoenas and statements, which were presented as if they were compiled by IPID officials.
When you say presented, presented to whom?
Subpoenas and statements which were presented wherever, could be court or wherever, as if they were compiled by IPID issue. I think the operative word here is as if.
Okay, I think it would be issued to whom? It would be one thing if,
In other words, you prepared those statements as if they were actually prepared by IPID. You prepared these documents for IPID to actually prove that IPID actually is in the palm of your hands.
no, I disagree. I think it would, yeah, no,
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
thank you.
Honorable Sauls. Your time will end at 1:19 in the morning.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Sarah Jane. Miss Sarah Jane.
Good morning, Honorable Sauls.
How would you describe your upbringing?
It was a good upbringing. Where do I start? I grew up, my father was a farm manager. My family, I don't know where to start. Would you guide me a little bit?
Anything you want to share about your experiences in your upbringing?
I grew up in a family where so I wasn't expecting this question. Values and sorry, you've thrown me. You've thrown me.
What was your childhood dream as a little girl?
So I have a family member that was a politician and in ANC before and after. I said to him, oh, I want to be just like you. I want to be a politician just like you. And he said, over my dead body. But that's kind of household I grew up in. Small town in Stellenbosch. It was before, it's now this, it's very different now. Small community. What can I say?
Were you a daddy's girl?
I don't know.
Why don't you want to talk about
I feel like I'm in therapy.
I have a little girl.
Okay.
And when someone asks my little girl, are you a daddy's girl? She starts glowing and she starts, you don't seem to have the same reaction. Why?
I don't understand. Sorry, you're putting,
You say in your annexure, at your CV,
yes.
you say,
But that's, okay.
you say throughout, you use the word, throughout my school and university days, I worked various jobs. And then you described the jobs, you had to work at waitressing, au pairing, giving wine tasting. But you say throughout
Yes,
your school days.
yes, so.
What do you mean by that?
The rule in our home was in the holidays, we weren't allowed to sit in front of the TV. We needed to work. So because my dad managed the farm and we lived on the farm, we would then get a job carrying the wine to the car and getting a tip, or waitressing, depending on the age, doing some waitressing, giving wine tastings, and that kind of thing. So that would be in school holidays. And then when I was in Stellenbosch studying, it would be weekends. So I would give wine tastings at 2 farms, because they would, the one weekend here, because they would rotate, students would get jobs in that. And then when I started studying through UNISA, then I, through a family friend, found an au pairing job, so then I could study and then pick up the kids. And then I would sometimes waitress maybe 3 or 4 times in that evening. And that's kind of how I, those sort of odd jobs.
Then 2011, you say you packed a suitcase with only the essentials
Quite literally, yes. So I had.
and made your way to Joburg.
Yeah, I had quite literally sent my CV. Now, remember, I was studying through UNISA, so I hadn't gotten very far in my studies. So to try and get your articles as a candidate attorney is near impossible. So I made an Excel spreadsheet of every single law firm in Cape Town and then started with the Joburg. And eventually one company, John Walker Attorneys, got back to me and they said, listen, we are now doing this inquiry into Pamotsi Gold, but we need someone on this. You're going to have to come to Joburg in the next 2 days. And I said, the time was about 4:30 in the afternoon. I said, cool, book me a flight for 2:30 tomorrow. I've been to Johannesburg once. I literally packed a bag, and the secretary had me on her couch for a couple of days while she helped me find a room to rent. And that's how I got there.
Yeah. You wanna go back to how would you describe your upbringing?
I had a very good upbringing, and very grateful for my upbringing.
Why?
There's too many reasons.
Give me one. Okay. So,
It's quite personal, I feel like, yeah.
yeah. So then in 2015, so now you just have a bag, go to Joburg, you gonna start this job, sleeping on the couch, you're trying to make a way for yourself. 2015, at age 31, you then look on Google, see this guy, Mr. O'Sullivan. And Google will show you hero. Google will show you the master investigator. And that's what you are introduced to. Do you have a pen with you?
A pen?
There. You have a pen with you?
Yes, I do.
You have a blank page? It's my time, guys. Relax. It's my 30 minutes. Your pen? Draw a 6. Draw a 6. Do you see the 6?
Yep.
Now, if I had to stand on the opposite side of you, that same 6 would look like a 9 to me. You see that? Who would be wrong?
It depends on which side of the page you're standing on.
So if I say to you, I see a 9, you say to me, no, I see a 6. Who would be wrong?
I'd say, yes, you see a 9 and I see a 6.
So neither would be wrong.
Yeah.
So Google was right. But Google only showed you from one perspective, right? Until you got into it. And you also started seeing the whole. It can exist at the same time. And my fear, Ms. Trent, is that you don't want to talk about the whole and the things that you really experienced. So I'm going to try and see if we can get there. You see, I put it to you. Listen to your story. And I put it to you that you are for the boardroom, not the streets. You are about books, not bullets. But you are a dove in a snake's den. And you began to see the whole wasn't as Google showed you. Ms. Trent, does Mr. Paul O'Sullivan care about you?
No.
Doesn't? And you're sitting there, and the reason why you can't explain anything to anybody here is because you're trying hard to explain something that you yourself don't even understand. I'm going to give you an opportunity to try and speak about the things you don't want to speak about. When you couldn't afford your legal fees, he didn't think to pay for you. Ms. Trent, does Paul O'Sullivan care about you?
As far as I'm concerned, no.
During this arrest, his lawyer comes to pick him up. You stand outside, stranded in the dark. He drives off, leaves you there alone. Ms. Trent, does Paul O'Sullivan care about you? Look around you. Turn around. Who's here with you? Who? Nobody. He walked out on you again. And yet, you must sit there and try and cover up these holes. But whilst you're doing that, I'm here to warn you, you're digging a deeper grave for yourself. Yeah. Because you can't explain the things that you're trying to. But you truly believed that what you were doing was genuinely trying to make the country better. But I want to show you the holes. And when I show you the holes, you're going to have to decide. Are you going to be honest about it and say, hey, that's wrong? Because you know what? When you were 38 years old, you resigned. You weren't fired. You resigned. Biologically, your prefrontal cortex.
I'd been in a lot of therapy.
Yeah.
And
Now let me.
it was starting to work.
Yeah, your prefrontal cortex was now online for over a decade, and you were no longer apologizing for your boundaries, and you decided, I'm leaving. That's why you left. And you walked out. and you went to go help orphans, because that's really who you are, not what you've been experiencing for 7 years. So now you're in your 40s. And let me tell you, if you're not going to decide today what you walked away from, you're going to continue walking. You're going to be stuck at this point for the remainder of your life. You have to make a choice today. Are you going to open those holes, or you want to defend it? Walk away. You survived already. You're independent now. You have your own company. But what you do in the next few minutes is going to determine whether it's going to pull you back or push you forward. Paul O'Sullivan is not coming for you. You are alone. Ms. Trent, you guys were not investigators. In section number 18, paragraph 18 of your affidavit, paragraph 18 of your affidavit, on 9th November 2016, Paul O'Sullivan met two IPED officers, and then you describe it. And then you say they were entitled to receive assistance in their investigations and were entitled to provide this assistance at their request. You then say this included what? Informing them if and when we had any new information, carrying out certain forensic report checks, that's what you were qualified to do, on persons of interest, desktop research, and consulting from time to time. Now that is within the framework of the law. You were informants, not investigators. The moment you say you're an investigator, that's why you put that section there, but that is outside of the legal framework for what you guys were doing. When you say you're informants, you are then saying you were assisting the police with information with their investigation. You were not doing the investigation. Yeah? I'm not saying it's in your affidavit, but that's not what you've been saying the whole time. You know why you haven't been saying it? You're about to talk now, and I'm giving you the understanding of what truth is, because that will set you free. You were not investigators. You were informants. It's described here, as you have described it here, is how it should be. That's legal. Do you see that?
I see that.
Now, take me to the day on 9th November when you went to Mr. Patlani's house. How did that happen? Did Paul call you, or how did that happen?
I can't remember. I would have been at the office.
Yeah. So you at the office, what happened?
We get in the car and
No, but how does this happen? You at the office, you don't know about going to Patlani's house. He comes and tell you.
I can't remember because he could have asked me to call Mantla Mahlangu, or he called me, or I'm not sure how the communication was, but at the end of the day, it was agreed that we would meet at 7.
Yes, but he explains to you, you are going there for what?
Oh, we're going to show the IPEN investigators the house and to go and see the estate manager.
Wow.
I can't remember exactly what was said. Please, I need to.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Relax, listen. Trust me. I have some inclination of what you're going through.
Yeah.
It's on you. to just be truthful.
Absolutely.
Now, the idea you have is you going to deal with corruption, you're gonna find evidence for it, that's you, because that's the impression you're getting. And it's your job, you're gonna get in with your boss and you're gonna go there, right?
Yeah,
You know what
correct.
do you know what really happened? What really happened, Ms. Trent, is that 11 months ago, before that day, your boss sent a threatening email to General Patlane. And he wanted him to deal with General, is it Musun or Moon?
Munu.
Munu. He wanted him to deal with Munu. And then he gave him 10 days to deal with Munu, and if he doesn't, then he's going to take focus off Munu and he's going to go for him. The 10 days passed. Patlane refused. He didn't do anything. And guess what Paul did?
Hmm.
Now, if it was about corruption, then you guys should then deal with both Munu, and General Patlane, because it's about corruption, it's not about the person, but because of Paul O'Sullivan's God status, which you know about. He needs to decide. We're not going after him, we're going after him because he doesn't want to do what I tell him to do. And you just have to follow. You went that day on the 9th of November, not because there was some investigation that came up. It's because Paul O'Sullivan decided to change his target because General Patlane did not obey him. You guys now get there. As you walk in, you're now there with two IPED officials. Do you tell the staff there you are not IPED officials? Do you tell them?
I don't say I am not an IPID official. But I introduce myself, yes.
Sorry?
I introduce myself, but I
As
don't.
what?
It's Sarah Jane Trent from Paul O'Sullivan and Associates. And he, look, I'd rather give the
That's
the
okay.
recordings or the transcript.
It's not your fault. You were not supposed to do that. Your boss was supposed to do that. Your boss was supposed to say, I am Paul O'Sullivan. These are IPED officials. The fact that you guys didn't say that, now you,
It's possible that he did. It is possible.
he
Sorry.
testified he didn't,
Okay, okay.
right? So you are an attorney, although you're not practicing. But there's a legal principle called the color of office, where you present yourself as something without saying, but the impression of the people is that you are. Misrepresentation by silence. And that's what you're not guilty of. You did not, you had a legal duty. Not you, your boss. But if you want to continue to close up the holes for your boss, you're right in there with him. Your boss had a legal responsibility to say with his mouth, we are not police officers. The fact that he didn't means it was misrepresentation by silence, because psychologically all of you knew that if you don't say it, there's a huge possibility that the perception might be you are together as police, all of you. And you played the role together, that's why you could ask the question. When you use the IPED office, it is all giving the impression that you're part of IPED. Misrepresentation by silence. Do you see that?
I see what you're saying, yes.
Now separate yourself from that. You know how you do it? Truthfully, which is not a lie.
Mm.
Your boss instructed you. You were doing your job. You went with the understanding that you're fighting corruption. And that's the truth.
Yeah.
Stop trying to explain something that you have no clue of. That's how you separate yourself. The semi-social relationship that you had with Mr. McBride, was that meant to be private?
Yes.
No one should know. Do you know why, Ms. Trent? Because to your boss, that too was leverage. Your access card to information was that relationship. You know why he chose to pay for McBride's legal fees and not yours? Because you good enough for him to have something on McBride. And he needs to get him and keep him in his job because he needs that in order to solve these cases. Ms. Trent, you were used, but you were brave, you walked away. Keep walking. Keep walking. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Trent.
Good morning, Honorable Vessels.
I'm considering if I should ask questions just to get us to breakfast times. So
Well, we're up for it.
we've had the best of this, but no, I'm literally covered in terms of all the questions. The colleagues have covered me. Yeah, Chairperson, I rest. Thank you.
Honorable James.
What just happened with Honorable Vessels now? We're still busy stretching. Sure, okay, yeah, I'm drained. Good morning, Ms. Trent.
Good morning.
How are you?
I am okay.
You okay? You were crying profusely earlier on.
Yeah, it's this.
Why were you crying?
It's this PTSD, kind of, I was completely fine and then it all comes rushing back.
Oh.
And it's very overwhelming and embarrassing as well.
It is embarrassing.
It is very
especially all the things you've done.
Sorry?
Over the last couple of years. It is embarrassing. The things you've done is embarrassing. So I want to know why you were crying. Were you crying? Because you got caught
No.
out? Or were you crying because you regret doing everything that?
No, I was crying because of what happened to me.
What happened to you?
I was abducted. My
You were
phone was
abducted?
stolen.
You weren't abducted. Your phone wasn't stolen. Your phone was booked
Absolutely.
into the SAP 13 book at the police station. What makes you think your phone was stolen?
It was
It wasn't stolen, I'm telling you, it wasn't stolen. It
It
was
was.
booked into an SAP 13 book at the police station. It was put into a forensic bag in front of you.
Have
You
you got
signed
the
warrant
chain
of
of custody?
Yes, I do.
Then
So
you
why,
must know that
why
it's-
did you come before and saying what happened to you like you're the victim? You are not the victim here. South Africans are the victims. Our communities, those are the people who's the victims here. While IPID was meant to be investigating corrupt policemen, what were they doing? Working hand in glove with yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. You are not the victim here. You should be celebrating today. Because Mr. Vincent Smith was arrested. You shouldn't be crying. That was all you're doing. You said earlier on. Am I right?
I opened the case. I didn't.
Yeah, you opened the case. He was finally arrested today to 7 years imprisonment. Thrill-seeking behavior. We did it. We won. We made history. And then you come here today and you tell us that you don't want to talk about the extraction reports from your phone.
No, this is illegal,
No,
stolen.
it's not illegal. Ma'am,
Absolutely
let me tell
is.
you something. It is no longer illegal. We've received a letter
A
from the
letter
national,
does not mean,
we've received the go-ahead from the National Commissioner, General Masimola, earlier on today, saying that the documents, these extracts were obtained legally.
no, they weren't.
They were.
No, they weren't.
I don't care what you say, but they were, and we have them now. And this
also,
can you give her a copy? Is there a copy for her?
I have, but
You
also
do have a copy.
judge needs, determines that in a,
Okay,
in a
since you
trial.
said you don't
Not
remember, then you said, you know what you're not going to do now? I have 15 minutes. Jy gaan nie praat as ek praat nie. That's what you're not going to do here. Because you wasted our time this entire night lying. And the only thing that can vindicate us are these extraction reports.
I'm not dealing with them, I'm sorry.
And that's why you don't. If you don't want to deal with them, I will deal with them. You don't have to. Because I will read all of these messages. I was going to be selective in my questioning, but if you're going to give me that attitude, ek gaan alles hier lees. And you'll crawl out of here. Because you have been lying under oath the entire day. You have been lying about not writing statements in your conversation between yourself. And you must pick a side now. Do you want to do McBride or do you want to do Mandla? Who do you want to do?
No, you're putting, you're remembering things wrong. I did not.
I am what?
What's happened?
Be very careful what you say. What did you say to me? No, what did you say to me?
I'm sorry, but your tone is very intimidating and it's putting me off.
Yes,
so-
you know what, ma'am? Your behavior has been intimidating since 2016 to many victims that you have targeted and plotted against. So this is a taste of your own medicine.
Okay.
So when you follow people's children and probe their mothers' homes, that is intimidation. That is intimidation. When you go through people's private records on their homes, their bank account, when you expose them like that, that is intimidation. When you're sharing numbers of ministers, when you are saying, let us next on our list is the minister, let's go. That is intimidation. You came here today crying. Yet you were going after top cops of this country. And today you are a victim. I don't understand. I don't understand why you were crying.
Well, you don't know me, so.
No, I don't have to know you. I know you based on what you were busy with. Based on these documents. I even lost my trail of thought now. Let's turn to the Patlani matter. Who was the complainant in the matter? Because in your paragraph 18, you say IPID requested your assistance in the case. But if I understand it correctly, you, Paul, your boss, was the complainant. So how does that work? You can lodge can the complainant investigate a complaint? Yet you said earlier on when you were being questioned that they reached out to you, but Paul was the complainant. That you were helping IPID. How does that work? And please don't lie, it's late.
The case is opened. That is what we do, is we put cases together. We meet with them and we say, look, we do investigate if you need any assistance.
So you, in case you meet with IPID and you tell IPID if you need assistance, call us. Does that even make sense? Are you listening to yourself? You are embarrassing yourself in front of millions of South Africans right now. Why did you leave Mr. Paul O'Sullivan? And who are you working for now?
I work for myself.
You work for yourself. Who do you represent? Do you represent a guy by the name of... Give me a minute. Who do you represent in a matter? Do you know Zunaid Moti?
I do, but I don't represent him.
Who do you represent?
I don't want to talk about,
You know Mike Miller?
yes, I do.
Do you represent him?
I have done work for him, yes.
You've
I
done
don't
what work
act-
for him in what capacity?
I have a confidentiality agreement with the client. I can't talk about their work.
Isn't it that Zunaid Moti is in a major dispute with Mike Miller at the moment?
That is correct.
That is correct. Who's representing Zunaid Moti?
I don't know.
Paul O'Sullivan. Why are you saying yes? You just said you don't know.
Well, representing.
You
in
remember
what way?
now?
No,
In a
representing.
dispute, there's a dispute between the two of them.
Correct.
Between Zunaid Moti and Mike Miller.
Correct.
And you are representing Mike Miller?
I'm not representing Mike Miller.
Okay, you're working for him, you're doing work for him.
I've done a couple of things for him, yes.
Did you tell Mike Miller why you left Paul O'Sullivan? The real reason. You only have this one chance to come clean, and I cannot believe this is how you're handling it. Did you tell Mike Miller the real reason why you left Paul O'Sullivan? Paul O'Sullivan left you out to dry the night of the arrest. He drove off. And today you are sitting here still trying to cover for him when you have only this one opportunity. Really? Really, Ms. Trent? You are opting to cover instead of the truth. So why is it so hard?
There's nothing to cover up. I mean, I've always said, I've never witnessed him committing any offense. And that's what I said that very clearly to.
So he's never lied and created false affidavits, Paul O'Sullivan?
No.
Never
Not,
ever.
no, not false affidavits.
What has he done?
What do you mean? What has he done?
You said no, not false affidavits, like there's something else.
No. You said lied or made false affidavits.
I cannot believe that you are wasting your one chance. As to why you left Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, as to why you didn't have contact with him for 4 years. Why didn't you have contact with him for 4 years? Why only now? I cannot believe. What happened? Breathe. You were a strong girl. For 4 years, you didn't have contact with him. There's a reason. You and I know it. Yes, we know it.
It has nothing to do with whether he's committed any offenses or anything, but I had to get out. I had to get out of there. I wanted a proper life.
Why wasn't your life proper?
It was just very, I'm so bad. It became destructive, self-destructive, and it got to a point where just couldn't.
You couldn't what? Into the mic.
Carry on working there. I just it didn't feel right. I'd been getting therapy, you know, from we disagree on the trauma and the was it for me.
Ms. Trent, breathe and cut all these soul ties tonight. Cut the soul ties, because that's what it is. It's a bondage. You're in slavery. You have this one opportunity. He used you. He used you.
Yeah.
Not only with McBride, with Mandla as well. And I'm not going to mention more names because I'm not here to humiliate you. I want to give you an opportunity to speak to South Africans here tonight. He used you. Tell us. That's why you left. That's how come you haven't been speaking to him for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, he did. Didn't help me. Yeah, and I think, you know, you go back to work on the Monday and eventually,
We're going to give you time to get your life back tonight. So that you can be removed and detached from all of this. But you've got to speak to us.
I don't, there's a lot to say. For me, there's a lot of resentment, but also it took me a long time to feel like I could leave. I sound like a, I don't want to sound like a victim or anything like that, but it was a very stressful environment. It was, like Honorable Source was saying, you know, bullets and streets and what. You know, I think I don't know what I would do, to be perfectly honest right now. I'm just happy I'm out. I'm happy I'm out.
What was in connecting the dots the night with the braai? That information that he had.
It's called Joining the Dots.
Joining the dots.
And it was about how he had joined the capture of the criminal justice system, and how, so it would be, for example, burning in Clemesa and the DPCI, and then it would have the connection with sort of the Johan Boysen and the thing. So it was how that was connected and joined, and you know, I think he handed it out then. I remember it like that, so it must be. But basically the braai was pretty much listening to, you know, how wonderful he is.
You can say it.
How wonderful he is. And it was, and then he rushed off to the airport, and that was it. A couple of us stayed for another drink and went home.
Do you have access to that document, Joining the Dots?
Yes, yes, I do. I think I have given it to the evidence leaders.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Am I done?
Yes, the 15 minutes have expired. From past, yeah, you can check your time what it is now. Mrs. Sarah Jane Trent. Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you open a case against General Patlan?
Did I open a case against General Mkhwanazi? Me personally, no.
Hmm?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you open a case against General Patlana with IPID?
Paul O'Sullivan opened the case, yes. Not me, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you went to Patlana's house, because you have not opened any case against him with IPID, when you went there, what justified your presence there as a South African citizen?
I worked for Paul and I had worked.
No, listen. Paul is the one who opened the case, not you.
Yeah,
Am I correct?
correct,
And you worked for Paul.
correct.
If Paul had a reason legally for him to be there, let's just say in case he had a reason, what reason did you have yourself? Because you are not what? You are not joined to Mr. O'Sullivan. In terms of South African law, you are two separate citizens.
Yes, I understand,
Yes. What justified your presence there?
I think I've answered that.
No,
I was told.
I am asking you now. I want to know why were you there? Because you have not opened any case against General Patlana with IPID. It was opened by your employer.
Correct.
Yes. Why were you there? What is your locus standi?
Sorry,
So you acted in common purpose.
no, I didn't act unlawfully.
We want to hear you speaking about the lawfulness that makes you to be there. What is the lawfulness that make you to be there?
I think, Honorable Chairperson, I feel like I'm a bit on the spot here to defend myself as if a criminal trial, as opposed to giving information and facts. And
No,
I feel like
you don't have to defend yourself. You must give us.
because you've just said
we
you
must give
acted
us
in common
evidence.
purpose.
We are investigating. We read you before we saw you in. We read you the 4 pillars that we are investigating in our terms of reference. We are investigating public interference. It's one of them.
Yes.
You are a member of the public.
Yes.
You have not opened any case with IPID against General Patlana.
No.
Where do you get the right to just stand up from where you were and go to Patlana's house? The honorable members are right. If you listen to what Honorable Mkhwanazi was asking you, he was telling you that you did not have any business to be there. Whether it was going to be appointing or anything, you have not opened a case, and you must tell the people of South Africa that I was there wrongfully. Don't try and justify something that is not there. Number 2, let's deal with the dramatis personae. The dramatis personae, the people who were there at the braai. You say you say they were invited by you.
Yes. Or I sent the
invitation.
Yes.
On behalf of Mr. O'Sullivan.
Correct.
Okay. Let's go through them one by one. Just mention a name.
General Sabia.
What justified his invitation?
He had been mentioned in the joining the dots document.
No. You said that it was a braai
Yes.
and a book launch.
Yes.
And then joining the dots, is it the book that was being launched there?
It had just been,
Joining the dots is a separate document from the braai and the
was-
book that was being launched.
it was
Yes.
at one table, yes.
No. Wait. The people were invited for a braai, isn't it? And there was also a book launch. But there was a third item there, which was a document called Joining the Dots. Am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
That is how I remember it, yes.
Yes. It's not the book that is alleged to have been launched at that event. Because yourself and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, when you talk to us about inviting, number one, inviting people to the braai. Number two, that there is also a book that was being launched. You even said that he came with some copies of the book.
Yes,
What was the title of the book?
Creature.
Yes. So number three, there is this document called Joining the Dots, which when you are pressed to explain what it means, you say it was about how he exerted influence in the criminal justice system. Am I correct?
How Mr. O'Sullivan exerted influence.
Yes.
Um,
Or how he immersed himself.
It was, how I understood it was to join the dots of how things were connected to show capture in the criminal justice system. That's how I understood it. But I understand.
It's fine. If it was, wait, let's follow your explanation. That it was meant to illustrate how capture manifests itself in the criminal justice system. That's what you are saying.
Yeah.
So what was the position of Sibia in the SAPS at the time?
He wasn't in the SAPS. He was at City of Johannesburg at the time.
And then how was the City of Johannesburg joined in the dots?
No, it wasn't.
It
City of Johannesburg wasn't in the.
It was not joined in the dots.
No.
So.
Wasn't joined in the dots.
No, remember Sibia was invited by you.
Yes.
So are you saying that he was erroneously?
No. It's like a, I don't know how many page document. I have given it to the evidence leaders as well.
Yeah. I want to understand, was Sibia a friend of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan?
I don't think a friend, but they knew each other, yes.
If a person organizes a braai, can you just look at people?
No, he knew.
Can
General
you
Sabia.
just look at people in the police service and say, no, I'm now throwing the dice, whichever way it falls, I will invite this one, I'll invite this, I'll invite that.
Yeah, no, he
Do you agree with me that those people were carefully selected?
Yes.
If we ask you about them one by one, will you explain why each one of them was there in that braai, if it was a braai?
I could explain, where they're from, although.
No, I'm not asking about where they are coming from. I'm asking about what legitimizes their presence at the braai. So the questions are very difficult for Mandla, the late Mandla Matlangu. What was the reason for him being there at the braai?
Paul
What
said
was,
invite-
what was the reason for Mr. McBride to be at the braai?
So Paul said, invite these people. And that's what I did. So it wasn't me that decided who came or for what purpose he decided on who to invite. If that makes sense.
No, it does not make sense.
But
We are investigating public interference
mm,
in the work of the criminal justice system. And the fact that we put to you now shows exactly how you and Mr. Paul O'Sullivan have captured the IPID. That is why you are even able to invite them without explaining to us whether you had a friendship with them or what. And it's not only those two IPID, you also invite Sibiya from the city of Johannesburg. You are unable to tell us why did he have to be there?
I don't know.
Do you agree with me that you don't know why they were there? Or you don't know the logic behind their invitations?
Correct. I don't know if there was a plan or a what do you call it? What's the word?
Or a conspiracy or a plot?
No, a play, like a move, in a game of chess or whatever what it was. But it wasn't. I don't know why they were invited. I just sent the invitations and I bought the meat and it was 2 hours. It was not a meeting on how to overthrow anything at all.
Okay, was after you were arrested for impersonating as an IPID official. The IPID officials who were with you in the car, was there any action taken against them at their workplace?
Was there any?
Action taken against them?
I don't know.
But you might have heard if there was anything.
I have no idea. I know that Mandla was shot.
Yeah?
I know that Mandla Mkhwanazi was killed, but I don't know.
What was it after he went there?
Hey?
Was it after he went?
He was supposed to be giving evidence, I think. Anyway, yeah, you know what? I'm just not going to finish that sentence. Very tragic.
Did you ever have IPID letterheads in your hands?
No, letterheads. I remember Paul had, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what a letterhead is.
You must tell me what is it that you remember?
What I remember is that there were allegations that he had a letterhead. I've never sent a letter on a letterhead, iPad letterhead. I haven't.
Why, when we ask you questions, you make a statement, and when you must complete the statement, you make a 360 degrees turn? Why? All these members each one of them who asked you a question, you will start by responding to the question, and in the middle of your statement, you make a 360-degree turn. It's exactly what you are doing now. When I ask you, did you ever have an IPID letterhead in your hands? You say, I remember Paul had, and then you change it.
No, I mean, maybe I'm not thinking before I answer and just jumping in.
No. I come from a village. Many people in my village don't know English. English is a first language to you. There is no way you can be confused about your language.
I'm not saying I'm confused about my language.
No. You can't do those things to us. Okay, tell me, if we were going to give you an opportunity now, after the questions that honorable members have asked you, what do you say about the allegations that have been made against you by witnesses that have come before us? Your name has been mentioned repeatedly here, not by one witness, more than two, more than three, more than four witnesses, senior police officers who have access to information in the SAPS. What do you have to say about these allegations that have been made against you? You listen to what Honorable Saul said when he spoke to you. He was trying to speak to your conscience.
I'm concerned that you've made a decision that I am guilty and that I must confess. This is how I'm interpreting what you're saying to me.
Who made the decision?
The way that you're putting it to me is, come on, come clean, confess. I maintain my innocence.
Nobody says you are guilty.
That's how you're coming across to me. You said, how Honorable Saul said, it's time to come clean. I have not committed any criminal offense.
Nobody says you are guilty. I am saying to you that there are these allegations, very serious allegations.
They're very disturbing allegations.
Yes.
And I deny having committed any criminal offense. And it is very unfortunate that I've been dragged into this, but I'm here to assist the committee, but I have nothing to confess or about any wrongdoing.
Do you think that there are things that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan did which are outside the law?
No, no.
Everything that you did was lawful.
Yeah, I have no reason to believe that anything I have witnessed, that I have not witnessed any Paul O'Sullivan doing anything unlawful. I've not witnessed it because I would not be able to be sitting here today and speaking to you with a straight face if I knew that he'd done something unlawful.
Has the semi-social relationship give you undue access to certain IP documents?
Not at all.
Has it had undue influence to decision-making in IPID?
I don't know. It's their decisions. So I haven't influenced anyone's decisions, but they're not my decisions to make.
Okay. Let me ask you this last question. I don't want to ask you, I want to respect what you said. The cell phone conversations that several honorable members have made reference to here. Do you understand them to be private and confidential?
Yes, but I mean, it's a whole,
Do you understand them to be private and confidential?
of course.
And then if there is a legitimate way that you may have to be answerable to those messages. If there was.
No problem. If I could get my phone
wait,
back.
Wait. If there was to be a legitimate way where those messages will be accessed and you will have to be answerable,
Mm.
are you ready to answer?
Of course, sorry, are you finished? If I can get my phone back and we download it and only extract the relevant data and not any of my personal information.
No, there is nothing.
Because they have leaked that.
Yeah, there is nothing personal.
No, but they have leaked it.
If you come here, listen, if you come here and make an admission before us that you had a semi-social relationship with an office bearer in a government institution, the committee must investigate the extent to which that relationship has influenced the decisions of that office bearer. Do you understand?
Mm.
And maybe not even one, more than one office bearers. The committee must probe that. Are you ready to have that information being probed?
Not on whatever these things are. These aren't, that's never going to stand up anyway.
Yeah? I don't hear what you're saying.
Oh, no, not on these things that came from Israel with a letter, not even a commissioned statement for chain of evidence. No.
We don't talk about Israel. We talk about, you're not Israel. We talk about you and your semi-social relations. There is no Israel.
I thought you were talking about my phone records.
Yes, that information is in your records.
Purported records, yeah. Purported records. We don't know where these are from.
Kawazen.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have a few questions to round up and then I'll be done to round off. Ms. Trent, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning. I don't want to disclose how long I've been awake for. The chairperson has just reminded you of the work that we are doing in this committee, that this committee is doing. And you've been invited to assist the committee with what you know, and you took an oath to do so truthfully. But repeatedly in your evidence, you kept saying, I've never seen Mr. O'Sullivan commit a crime. And that's not the question before you. I'm just going to leave that at that.
Okay.
The question before you is not whether he's committed a crime or not. The question before you that you have to respond to in assisting this committee is the work that his entity, Paul O'Sullivan and Associates, was doing within law enforcement. And so you are correct to say that this is not a court because that is not what is being conducted. However, you are still being invited to provide the committee with information that you know, that you have in your possession regarding some of the work that you did within law enforcement. And it is for this committee together with the evidence leaders, to weigh that evidence to see whether the conclusion of infiltration can be made. At this stage, there is no such infiltration. We are investigating into infiltration. The question that I have is, Mr. Patlane testified that he had an incident at Dunkeld. And Advocate Mashuga testified that, so the incident ended up on social media in essence. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Do you have a comment?
This was,
Perhaps because, let me just shorten the time so that I can be a bit more pointed. Advocate Mashuga says that the video that was posted on social media was posted by you. You first posted it using your handle, your name, under your name, and then you subsequently deleted when you realized that you'd made that mistake, and you posted it under the handle Amanda. Did you post that video on the video clip regarding the incident at Dunkeld?
I don't remember, but possibly.
You may have.
Yeah.
So you did, okay. What we know is that video clip was in the possession of Mr. McBride.
Okay.
Would you have gotten it from him?
Possibly. Yeah.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. The next question is, well, not question. Well, you joined Paula Sullivan and Associates in May 2015, which is the point that Honorable Cameron was trying to make. In 2016, you were then roped into matters. That was a few months after you had joined, about 7 months or so that you had joined. You were roped into matters. You started off as an assistant, but you had a formal role in 2016. What was that role? Your position within the entity?
Yeah, in 2016, I
Yes.
think we've covered that.
No, we haven't. What was your role? Not what you carried out. What was your position?
Yes.
Yes.
1 second. Sorry, it's very late.
Yes.
My
going to be
eyes
quick.
are crusting over. In
16.
Yes, corporate counsel. That was because
You were-
I had
you-
been admitted
yes.
as an attorney, so. I
Indeed,
used
you were
that, yes.
corporate counsel and
Yes.
not an assistant as you have been made to seem. So you were corporate counsel for Paula Sullivan. And every time you
And- yeah.
accompanied him, you accompanied him in your capacity as corporate counsel for the entity.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And, but what you also testified throughout this evening is that as corporate counsel, you took instructions from Paul, you sent out invites.
No, but this was before.
At every given point this evening, you've constantly told the committee that you took instructions from Paul. You have not testified that I sat with Paul, we strategized, this is how I advised him as corporate counsel in how we should deal with these matters. In going to Sable Hill's home, I advised them that we are unable to actually enter this home because that would be unlawful. That's what corporate counsel would do. So the point I'm just putting to you is that your testimony tonight has only been about taking instructions from Paul.
Yes, and over that period, correct.
And you also just conducted research, compiling dockets, which is why you could almost be mistaken for an assistant.
Correct.
Okay. What did you understand by being corporate counsel?
That if you're admitted attorney and working in a company or in-house, it's just another word for, it's like a new word that they'd sort of accepted for in-house counsels.
But the division is legal.
Yes. So it would be.
So you would have been in-house legal.
Yes, and then later on CFEs, which is, yeah.
So everything that you would have conducted in that period, you would have done it in your capacity as corporate counsel.
I would have to think about that one.
It's the role you were in, it's your
Yeah,
position.
that's what was
You
on my
would have been-
letterhead, yeah.
You would have been working in
So-
that position
sorry,
every day. And you would have been conducting your day-to-day tasks as
Yes,
in-house
as is with
legal.
the, yeah.
You were providing advice to the staff in the entity, also providing advice in support to the executive team.
This was just a handful of
Yes,
us.
but those handful of people would have relied on you for all the policies within the entity, as well as anything, contracts, whatever operations you would have been doing, you would have been the person to go to advise on whether you are in a position to give you would have been the person who would have been able to advise the entity and including Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, whether it is lawful for your entity to take statements on behalf of IPID.
That
is the role of legal.
No, I don't agree with that. I think I understand what you're saying, but I think it's a bigger discussion or debate on that. I can't just
Yes, I
accede to
don't
that.
take away the discussion because obviously how entities operate depends on the size of the entity. I'm talking
Correct.
specifically about your position. Your position as reflected on your CV
Yes.
is that of corporate counsel. So all legal matters would have come to your desk,
Yeah, which I mean,
which
really
include
will-
advising the team on how you conduct operations in assisting
No,
law enforcement.
There was nothing unlawful about that. And I know
I
that-
haven't said unlawful. I haven't said anything about unlawful. I'm talking about your position and the kind of support you would have been giving the team, which is what corporate counsel does within an entity. What I'm trying to ascertain, Ms. Trent, again, it's 2:00 in the morning. I'm not trying to trick you and I'm not cross-examining you. I'm putting your evidence on the record. Up until this point, we have discussed, everything that we've discussed has been about you being an assistant to Mr. O'Sullivan. And I think that as a lawyer, an attorney who's admitted, it's a very difficult degree to obtain. And once you've obtained it, I'm sure you were proud of it. What I'm trying to say is to be reduced to an assistant, whereas your position as reflected in your CV is that of corporate counsel. And some of your duties would entail supporting the team on legal matters. That's
Yeah,
correct,
yeah.
okay. So Mr. Uester, whose statement you assisted with, did you assist as in your capacity as legal, or did you assist in your capacity?
If you can, I can't remember if I assisted with drafting a draft or if it was Paul, if I was in the email. I can't remember.
Okay, because of the time, let's assume it was Paul. Let's assume it was Mr. O'Sullivan that drafted the statement. He would have relied on your legal advice on the status of him taking a statement on behalf of the entity, because it would have been within the scope.
Oh, no, he wouldn't have asked my advice on that.
But you were with him at Sable Hills?
Yes.
Yes. So you were aware that he's taking this statement?
There was nothing wrong with taking the statement.
Did you warn him that?
No, I didn't need to.
You didn't need to. Okay, I'm just asking a question. It's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
we
no,
can
it's a
get-
it's a good question.
Okay. You also then testified that of of spyware called, I don't know, can you say it again? Pegasus.
Oh, yeah, it's very serious.
What
this
is Pegasus?
So,
Contract.
a contract?
Yeah, you didn't look into, you didn't.
No, I
really
didn't look
investigate.
into,
Okay.
into any contract, no.
Okay, we'll move on. Are you aware that General Sibiya also procured spyware on behalf of the city of Johannesburg?
I did not. I know that there've been allegations in the media. No,
Do you know anything about it?
no, nothing. I don't have any information on any purchase of spyware.
Okay. You also spoke about the brushes for fingerprints.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you know about brushes for fingerprints? What they're supposed to look like and?
So that is from the whistleblowers that came to see Mr. O'Sullivan when I was there, and they brought an example of the makeup brush that they had been given. And in the, I think there was a David Klatzo, he's a forensic specialist. He was a South African, he's moved, but he did a report on what the squirrel brush, hairbrush, and the, you know, why it's important, and it's very fine, and it doesn't smudge the print and that kind of thing.
Okay. Lastly, do you have more than one passport?
No, I only have one.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Ms. Trent.
Oh, it's waiting for me, Chair.
Are you done? Can I see hands of people who want to speak? What is it, Honorable Skosana?
Chair, just before before you close, Sarah Jane Trent, when she broke down earlier, I just wanted her to be frank to the committee. She said it to me outside, and I was very touched as well, because it reminded me of Cedric Nkabinde. You said to me, do you remember, or must I say it? Because for me, I think you need help. We have to help you on this matter. Whether it's your attorney, whether it's Paul, somebody said something to you, then you broke down. Somebody said something to you, whether it was direct from Paul O'Sullivan or was it coming from your attorney. You said to me, Paul, and you were crying. What was happening?
I was just angry with Paul because just too much.
I rest my case, Chair. Thank you.
This is what he does.
That's a great doing, Yaka.
Sarah uyamazi umola wabantwana.
What are you saying, Miss Trent? What are you saying?
Sorry?
What are you saying?
I just see everyone's packing up, so I said, am I finished?
No, you're rewriting questions.
Uh,
Reloading questions.
No, honorable members,
We have you until
let
5
me
a.m.
thank you so much.
I've got a flight.
Ms. Trent, we want to thank you for availing yourself to come before us. From yesterday, we had very good proceedings with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and yourself. So we have come to the end of the proceedings. Today is Friday, is 17 minutes after 2. I'm going to request the members to stand up and leave the chambers. We have made announcements previously. We all know that we are meeting on Monday in our housekeeping meeting. And then next week is the last week. You must inform everybody at home that next week is the last week. We don't want to hear stories of members whose family know them to be in the ad hoc committee for the whole year.